Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning, everybody. We will call to order the July 20th, July 20th, 2026 Board of City of Detroit Board of Zoning Appeals.
July 13th.
Oh, it's July 13th. I don't know why I got the 20th. I didn't think it was that far along. So July 13th, correction on that. All right, can we get a roll call, Director?
Good morning, board members. Board Member Sherman. Board Member Watson.
Here.
Board Member Campbell.
Here.
Board Member Carr. Board Member Johnson. Board Member Bowman. Board Member Parker.
Here.
Board Member Osborne. Chairperson Roberts.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you do not have a quorum.
Okay. Just so you know, I did receive a text message from Member Osborne. He's on his way back from New York, caught in traffic. Not sure if he's going to make it for the meeting. All right, so we will recess until we either have quorum. Okay, are you ready, Director?
Yes.
Okay, we'll call back to order the BZA hearing. And I guess we need another roll call.
Board Member Sherman. Board Member Watson.
Here.
Board Member Campbell.
Here.
Board Member Carr. Board Member Johnson.
Here.
Board Member Bowman. Board Member Parker.
Here.
Board Member Osborne. Chairperson Roberts.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Okay, are there any procedural matters?
No procedure matters.
Can I get a motion to, are these dates wrong? So the minutes will actually be the week before, right? July 6th. All right, can I get a motion to approve the minutes dated July 6th, 2026?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes as submitted.
Okay, we have a motion. Can we get a second?
Second.
Have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Any communications, Director Ribron?
No communications.
Any miscellaneous business?
No miscellaneous business.
Okay, we will adjourn until 9:15 when we'll start our BZA training. Recess, I mean.
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right, we will call back to order the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting. Board Chair recognizes Member Carr and Member Bowman. I think that's it. Okay, first order of business for our BZA training is the adoption of new BZA rules and procedures. And I think we're going to hear from Director Ribron what we're looking at.
Good morning, board members.
Good morning.
Attorney Savage will be here shortly. We're going to discuss ethics concerns. If you could go to the section in your booklet that is titled.
That's page 3 of 5.
The last page. BZA handout, ethics, conflicts of interest, and recusal procedures. Last page. Everybody got that? Is anyone that does not?
Got it.
All right. So this is going to be an interesting conversation because we cannot have a rule where you, the board, can act on accusing someone. It is the responsibility of the Board of Ethics to do that. The policy is so strict that even if one of you is within proximity of a case, that could potentially be a reason to recuse. So I'm going to go through the notes one at a time. We can discuss these. I think in the conversation we had with the board chair, we have a conclusion. But this handout provides you with clear expectations for identifying conflicts of interest, understanding when recusal is required, and knowing how the Board of Ethics processes advisory opinions and complaints. Number one, who has authority on ethics? Who has authority on ethics? Only the Board of Ethics can issue binding conflict of interest opinions for city officials. Is there any confusion with that statement? Mr. Watson.
The only question I would have is, so if that is a legal fact and by the law department that a board or any other board or whatever cannot come to the conclusion of a violation?
There is a process that will take that to the Board of Ethics, and we will speak to that. But only the Board of Ethics can make the determination.
And what I'm trying to get to is, where is that found in the charter, in the law, or Michigan rules?
I'm going to wait for Attorney Savage to get here to speak to the specifics, but we've had a meeting with the Board of Ethics. We've had a meeting with the law department. This is not a discussion that will change. I need to make that clear.
I understand. I just
Okay.
wanted to know where it was the authority.
Okay. Under the rules of ethics attorney, the ethics attorney may offer informed guidance. So the ethics attorney would be someone that Erica may speak with without speaking to the Board of Ethics. But informal comments are not official opinions and do not protect the board members. So we do not advise that anyone, including our board attorney, speak with the ethics attorney, because those comments are not official and you cease to be protected when you go beyond the rules binding ethics. Any questions on number one? The key point, a BZA member relying on informal advice from the Board of Ethics attorney is not legally protected. So don't get into the habit of on your own speaking to the Board of Ethics attorney. There's an attorney that would have been the gentleman that did the presentation. For example, the gentleman that did the presentation, I think it was in January or March. You can't call him and say, Mr. Attorney, I got this issue with the Board of Zoning. He should tell you that he can't speak with you. Don't call him. Number two, what counts as a Mr. Bowman?
Yeah, when, for instance, he gave the presentation and it was on record in front of the board, would any of the following advice given there and saying, well, at this event, and you could show that discussion, would that be at all useful in protecting a member?
If I understand, you're talking about a public presentation?
Yeah, as opposed to an, you know, a private conversation or something.
If it's public, then it's out in the open and it comes under the Open Meetings Act and the charter and everything else. Training, we did it under training, so that's acceptable. We even shared that information with you board members as a part of being prepared for this training. Erica, we're just talking about the ethics right now, okay? So in the open, in a training opportunity, yes. Don't reach out to him on your own to ask him about something in the training. Do it in the open. Okay, so anything related to the BZA, do not speak to the attorney. And we'll speak to that, what that process is. Number two, what counts as a conflict of interest? A BZA member must recuse when they have a real conflict. Now, what is a real conflict? A direct personal or financial interest in the outcome. So, for example, if I'm a board member and there's a case that comes before the board and I happen to be on the board of the company that's coming before the BZA, it's my responsibility that's a real conflict. That's not for debate that I can be partial or impartial. That's a real conflict. So financial or a personal interest. We had a case recently where a board member lived directly behind the location, spoke publicly about the issue. That is a personal conflict. You must recuse yourself. And any questions on real conflict? Apparent conflict. Circumstances that reasonably appear to compromise impartiality. There are times when we're having discussion and someone will say, that's in my district. I live close to that. Or that gas station down the street, I have a problem with that. That's an apparent conflict. And you should, there's circumstances that reasonably appear to compromise impartiality. That is a apparent conflict. One of the things I want us to be careful of is to only speak to the facts on the case. The BZA report that the inspector provides, reports from departments, information that the petitioner gives, discussion amongst you all, don't make it personal. The minute you say, our ears are gonna go up. Okay? What comes after I is very important. It could be, I support this, but not, I live down the street from this gas station, okay? Any questions on apparent conflict? And Erica, jump right in anytime, okay? This is just general right now, okay. Potential conflict. Situations whose future actions could create a bias. Now that's an interesting one. A situation where a future action could create a bias. Now let's say, again, I'm a board member. We acknowledge Board Member Sherman. Let's say I'm a board member and case gets solved, and all of a sudden we find out that I have a close personal family member that is associated with this case, but I didn't know. It's my responsibility to know. Okay, it's my responsibility to know.
I have a question.
Yes.
When a conflict arises, do you recuse yourself at the beginning of the meeting or in writing prior to the meeting, or what?
We're going to speak to that, but ideally, once you are aware, the minute you are aware, before a case, when you get the case, the day of the hearing, you must acknowledge that there's a potential conflict of interest. Okay, and then you will state what that potential conflict of interest is. You might say that I could potentially hear this case and be impartial. But remember, if there is a real, apparent, or potential conflict, you must recuse yourself. So I will speak to what will happen in that case. In that case, if you don't recuse yourself, that means step out of the room, can't hear the case. If you don't recuse yourself, and help me out there if I get it wrong, a board member may raise the issue that there is a potential conflict. Is there a discussion on that? There's a limited discussion on, James, you have a conflict. Will you recuse yourself? Yes. Case solved. James, will you recuse yourself? No, I can be impartial. Or is it partial? Impartial. At that point, a board member may say, I believe that there is a conflict and there's a discussion amongst the board. They will say, Board Member James, will you recuse yourself? No. A motion will be made for there to be a advisory opinion to the Board of Ethics on whether James should remove himself. James now has 72 hours to recuse themselves. If they don't, that advisory opinion then is submit, Mr. Step. As the board member who does not want to recuse himself, after that 72 hours, you send, there's a form you'll fill out to ask the Board of Ethics for an advisory opinion. If you don't do that in 72 hours, I, as the director, will send a memo to the Board of Ethics indicating that we have a board member who has a potential conflict of interest. Please advise. I'll stop there. Erica, did I get those steps right? Or do you want to speak to that a little bit more? Okay. I know. These are just some notes that I was going over.
No, this is great.
Okay.
The only thing I want to note is that the copy, the set that's in the packet that you gave them is not the most updated set, because remember, after we discussed it, I changed that rule
Okay.
to where it doesn't have to be a recusal. So
Okay.
I don't know, I see it wasn't printed out, so I'm having it printed out right now.
Okay. So any questions on that process? Recuse, discussion, 72 hours. If they don't, they make an opinion. If they don't, the director, Mr. Bowman, and then Mr. Watson.
Yeah, I had a question about both the apparent and potential conflicts. With apparent, like clearly, like if there's some place like on my block or whatever, that already falls within, in fact, the one draft I saw said 300 feet, or even twice that distance, I could see, where that comes up. But what about if one used to, and you're saying whenever you say I, so I'm thinking specifically of a case where there was a, project, that we were discussing, and it would be about maybe about a block away from where I lived 10 years ago. And so when I brought it up, it was basically describing my familiarity with the site and the community and the neighborhood, and that was the relevance of me bringing up my past residency there. Would that still be an apparent conflict?
I don't believe so because you're not staying there now. That is useful information that speaks to something that happened 10 years ago. So I don't think that that would fall under an apparent or potential conflict.
Okay, and then the other part was, I was still unclear about this future conflict thing. How does that work again?
Erica, did we discuss a future potential conflict? Or how would you describe a potential conflict?
What did you get future for?
Or actually a potential conflict?
Is that the actual language that's in here?
No,
Oh, okay. Well, I guess that would depend on the context, because I don't think we use that actually. We usually use the words a real or apparent conflict.
yeah,
So-
real or apparent. So
A real or apparent conflict. If you're saying um, future, I don't think that that's any phrasing that we typically use. I think you just have to, in any situation, gauge whether or not there's a lack of impartiality. I think that's the key. The key is when you're reviewing something, and you know that you are not able to remain impartial, or it is the appearance that you cannot remain impartial, which is why we say an apparent conflict or the appearance of impropriety. But I don't think that to focus on the word future is necessarily relevant to it.
right, because we ideally, Mr. Bowman, we would have dealt with that well before something went into the future. That makes sense. You know, again, if you get the notice and you see something is on your street, you might begin to say, okay, what's going on with this? Let me look at this. You might even want to reach out to myself or Attorney Savage and say, you know, this I want to discuss this. That I would advise would be a good approach to take for all of us. Is if you feel like there's a potential conflict, discuss it with the attorney. That way you will be prepared when you come to the hearing. Okay, does that help?
That's different than with our attorney, not the ethics attorney.
Our attorney, right? You be yeah. You call myself or the Attorney Savage, and we can have that discussion.
Okay, because I'm just confused if it's potential, like how you would necessarily.
Let's eliminate potential. What's in rules is a real or apparent conflict. Okay, so let's focus on those two and take out potential.
Okay.
Okay, okay, Mr. Watson.
Yes, sir. My question was, after the 72 hours have elapsed and the member hasn't recused, your action then is automatic to submit or is it discretionary?
No, it's automatic. You all have already taken the action. There's no discretion in this once the question of recusal has come up and the board member has not taken the appropriate action. It's not discretionary. Okay, so we actually spoke about the recusal requirements. Number 5, when the board can direct the member to speak. So, Erica, I'm gonna stop here because you're here now and let you come and guide us through any more questions around ethics, and then we can go into the rules. Board Member Campbell?
Yes, good morning. I did have a question. I know that one of the examples given was if we have a personal or financial interest in the outcome. If we are familiar with the applicant but don't have like a personal interest, we just know them maybe from community work, is that cause for recusal?
Ooh, that's a good one. I'm gonna let Attorney Savage handle that one. That's a good one. Okay, and that's what I have to remember. Right, we don't have if that is a question that you bring up, that is something that we would have to send to the Board of Ethics to answer. I would say, and I think I said this to the board chairman, if the question comes up in your mind, it's probably a conflict. Okay?
Email I sent you this morning. Pull up the 2110, put on the screen.
Okay.
Good morning.
Morning.
So, okay, I don't need to say anything then, huh? You guys covered all of, so my apologies to the board, that, I'm glad Director Rebron, stepped in and started. I had me, a bit of a weekend, but here we are. The updated rule for the 210110 rules is not in your packet, and I'm asking Director Rebron to pull it up so you can see exactly how I changed it. I've requested some copies from our law copy center, so hopefully they'll pull those up here for me. And again, my apologies that the draft that you have, I changed it even since we met on Thursday, and I just didn't have a chance to get it.
I can go down and print if they, okay, all right, okay. But now, how long you think, which one did you say pull up? 211?
2110.
Oh, 2110, okay.
So there were no, and then in my PowerPoint, there were
Okay.
no proposed changes from any board members for the 2111 rules. So those are the main rules that are subject to the public notice, the public hearing of why we're even here today. So the only thing that I worked on since the last time we had our hearing was the 2110 rules, which are your general member rules, which are a newly created set of rules that we can amend at our leisure if needed, if more of your internal governance. So what, thank you, Director. So what Director Rebron was just discussing about your procedures of how we're going to handle conflicts, what is being proposed, those were in the 2110 rules, which are your general membership rules. They didn't go in the rules, your rules and procedures, which started this whole process. So as relates to the rules and procedures, I know we've been talking about the ethics, but I just want to first clear the path for the rules that are subject to the public hearing today. That has the new format, that has the table of contents, that has the things that we've discussed over the course of several meetings. Are there any other questions or concerns, or can we close that discussion? Because I did not do any amendments to the most recent draft that you have. So does that mean there's no questions on the? Okay. Yeah.
Yes. I think Board Member Watson has a question.
Yeah, the one question I had concerning the board package is that the question of the number of members then serving. So if we have the majority being determined by the number then serving, if we only have 7 serving, the majority if we're supposed to have 9, we have 7 serving, then the majority, would that be 4? Is that what that language means? Then
Yeah,
serving?
then serving, yeah, because sometimes we have a vacant seat. In all cases, we always need a minimum of 5 for any action. Um, so if 5 people are here, we need all 5. It's not like we take 3 out of the 5 if there's only 5 people here. So, but if we have a full board, it's 5 is the majority serving, which right now we have a full board. But if something happened and we had vacant seats, we don't want to be bound by, of course, having 5 votes. So it's the majority of whatever that number is at that time serving.
Okay.
Um, so with regard to the 2110 rules, so are we, can, Mr. Chair, are we okay with closing the discussion on the rules and procedures?
Does anybody else have questions on the, so that's the draft that's in your packet that has the blue lines on it. These are the two 1-1, or these are 2-1-1-0 that we have in our packet, right? So you're talking about just 2-1-1.
Well, I was starting with the, I know on the PowerPoint is the second one, but I was just starting with that one because I didn't have any proposed amendments.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so I
it
think we're
would-
good on the 2-1-1 because there's no proposed amendments
Not
to it,
eventful,
so
but you can
we're
if
good
you
with
want to.
discussion on that.
yeah. You can bring it up if you want.
2-1-1s are general rules, not the one that's in the packet. Those are 2-1-1-0, which we will vote up. We will vote on those shortly. Any questions? Okay, I think we can close out 2-11.
Okay, did you,
Mr. Chair, they're also on the screen for your review.
that's
Okay.
That right?
2110, that's 0.
You want, okay, wrong one, you're right.
So now we're looking at,
And forgive me, because I know that you all were just in the middle of discussing the ethical things, but I wanted to just kind of make sure that we were all clear with the main purpose of today's public hearing, which is the 2-111 rules and procedures, which started this whole process 2 years ago, and has been a lot of work. Feel like we need to pop a battle or something. But these rules right here. Okay, so if, Mr. Chair, if you're willing to, do you want to do them both at the end of the discussion of both, or do you want to close one out and then go to the other?
I think we can do it together at the end.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so then we can move on then, since there's no further comments and
Back to
discussion,
PowerPoint.
back to the 2110. Put that back up on the screen. So there were just 2 amendments, or maybe 3, that I've made to these rules since we last met. There was a suggestion from Board Member Bowman to make a specific mention, and you see right there in the red at the top. He wanted, yeah, specific mention that the zoning Board of Appeals is how this board is referenced in the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act. It's relevant for a couple of reasons, because one, we call ourselves the Board of Zoning Appeals, and most places don't. Most places call themselves the ZBA. And also because of often confusion between a zoning commission and a Board of Zoning Appeals. So for the purposes of just saying that this body is enabled by the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act, it's specifically referenced as the board, I'm sorry, as the Zoning Board of Appeals in that act. So that was just a minor tweak there. Are there any questions about that? Okay, so then if you scroll down, under the section about board members is where we added a little bit more, Director. And it's a little bit different from your packet. So in your packet, the way we had originally written the rule was to have a recusal. It's been updated, and my apologies that you don't have the written copy. Hopefully, we'll have it soon. But it's up on your screen that you will have to disclose if you're within 300 feet of the property. It does not have an automatic recusal, but it's very important to note, and I think that's what he was just discussing, the importance of this disclosure. After we had our conversations, another meeting, which would now be our third meeting. So we're getting very well versed on ethics. um, it became clear to us that if we did in fact have to get an advisory opinion, if I hope we never will have to get an investigation or opinion, but if we did in fact have to get it, there's a very large chance that it would be found that there was a conflict there. If you were in 300 feet. Now just think about 300 feet. That's not a lot of feet. So it's just one of those things where it's an internal process for ourselves. It's kind of a checkpoint for ourselves so that we can just make sure it's at the forefront, make sure it's disclosed. And at that point, so long as the member is able to still go forward with their impartiality, it's not like there's going to be any duty on you other than that. It's just something that we want to have out in the open as we lead in our discussions. So that's a very simple insertion to the board member section. Did anybody have any questions about it? Understand? Oh, yeah. So does anybody have any questions about the disclosure insertion to the board members? And it is going to be assisted by, at least Director Ribron said that you will also do checks.
Yes, so what I will do on each case is a search, and if a board member has a potential uh, for living within 300 feet, I will notify you and the board chair, and then the appropriate action will occur. So you will be notified if you are within 300 feet.
And again, this says occupied residence, own property, have a legal interest. So it can be your business, it can be your rental property, it can be anything where you have a legal interest. So, does anybody have any questions about this? Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm interested in the part about the, if before, during consideration, any board member reasonably believes another board member may have a real or apparent conflict of interest, and so on.
I'm going to that next.
Pardon?
I'm going to that next.
Oh,
I was
okay,
gonna close up this one and I was gonna go down to that
okay.
I have a question on this one. Is that disclosure made verbally or are we using some type of written format?
one. I think, from what Director Ribron is saying, I think that if it goes the way we hope for it to go, it'll be something that's kind of disclosed and discussed prior to the meeting happening. If he does a search and he finds out but worst case scenario, the rule is written to put the burden on the member. So like I said, the office, the administration might hopefully in most cases can assist, but the actual burden is placed on the member to do that disclosure. So whether it's to the director head in advance or it's on the record, um, that's not written into the rule.
I would ask if the director is going to make that search, you share it with the board member that's affected because we might not know.
Yeah, he's gonna do that.
That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to share it with that individual member and the board chair.
Mr. Chair.
Member Watson.
So, so being charged, and each and every one of us is charged with a district, and we represent that district to the best of our ability. But it seems now that oftentimes in your district, you're going to have a challenge because you're in fact in a district and you may or may not be within 300 feet. But the only requirement then is for us to disclose. And once we make that disclosure, we should be covered. And if there is no reason for recusal, we can proceed as usual.
Yes.
Yep, that's correct. Okay, next.
Okay, so then, so as you guys are already discussing when Director Brown was going through the process, that next section that was added was, go down to the red part. Yeah, that's the referral. So that was the process that Director Brown was just discussing with you all about if during the discussion, any member reasonably believes that there's a real or apparent conflict, this is writing back into the rules. I told you, Member Watson, I was gonna try to come up with something. So we, and I may have finished coming up with it at 4 o'clock this morning, but we put a lot of work into trying to come up with something because I realized that this was a ongoing, understandable concern. So we wanted to put something back into the rules to give the board some meat, but also respect our city code, our ethics ordinance. And so that's why this was written about a member can bring up their belief of a real or apparent conflict, and the chair can allow a limited discussion. From there, a vote can be had um, for the member at issue, the subject of the discussion, to get an advisory opinion. I am, hopefully he discussed already that there's only two ways that the Board of Ethics can review something is either by a request of the person at issue for an advisory opinion, which is the way that we want to do it. It is the way that we want it to go. Or a complaint, which is the way that it will happen if you don't do it on your own. So if you, if the board member at issue does not submit the request, then this rule directs the director to file the request with the board. And so they indicated that the form is very simple, that they would even give us a form that has some of the fields filled in already. So you guys can just, this is the date of the meeting, this is the address, but we still would be subject to their process, unfortunately. But considering the fact that Director Brown has been here a while, and he said nothing has ever gone this far, we still had to think it all the way through. And this is what we came up with. So within 72 hours, if the timing all works right, there's a possibility that within a month to 6 weeks, it could be resolved. If the timing does not work out right and it requires a lengthy investigation, it can go up to 180, 200 days. So it really will all depend on the complexity, the timing, the board's meeting schedule, but it is what it is. So you have a question?
Okay, yes, so now are we on the part where I could bring up? Okay.
Yeah.
What I was gonna ask about was, as far as, it seems to me that then board members should be knowledgeable about where the other board members live. If you're gonna have that, and I can certainly find that information out if I care to dig deep. Some cases I already know. But should we have just a list of addresses available
No,
for our colleagues? No.
no, the rule is not imposing any responsibility on any member to police another member. The rule imposes on the board member to know if they're within 300 feet. But it doesn't impose any responsibility for board members to police other board members, not at all. That's what we're trying to get away from.
Okay.
Because our rules were incorrectly and improperly letting the board say you have a conflict. But the rule is written to say, if you reasonably believe that there's a conflict, usually in your purposes, that's over the course of the discussion. And over the course of the discussion, information is coming out. Things are being stated, evidence is being presented, and you have a reason to believe that there may be a conflict. Not because you're investigating it. Please don't go investigating your your fellow board members. That's not what we would like. So again, from my discussions with Director Ribron, none of this has ever happened, and since he's been here. And since I've been doing this board for what is it now? I don't know, 2 years and some change, I've only dealt with it maybe 1.5 times, and that was still a recusal. I have not even dealt with a board member being voted off by the board. So I've seen voluntary recusals. I've seen one quite dramatic, begrudging recusal, but it was a recusal. And that's it. So does anybody have any questions about this part 4 that was added? Or concerns?
So that in our packet, it still has part 4 being disclosure of proximity, but that's been removed and been replaced by that item
Right.
B.
And while we, and Mr. Chair, if you
Upper-
feel more comfortable to bring the vote, because I am getting it printed right now, so if you guys want the paper copies, as opposed to what you're looking at, we can vote it at the end, so when you'll have the paper copy by then.
Okay. Okay.
But it's the version that you see on the screen. And again, my apologies. We updated it again after that point, and I didn't give Director Red Brown enough time to update the packet.
No problem. You,
Okay.
so just this discussion with the board, do you feel comfortable voting now, or would you rather have the final document? Member Watson?
Yes, I would feel comfortable voting on it now, and I want to commend our attorney. She did a fantastic job on rewriting this. I'm satisfied.
We will still make sure that you get official copies today, whatever action you take, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right, so can I get a motion to adopt the new BZA rules and procedures as presented by Attorney Savage?
Motion. I would like to make a motion that we adopt the changes as proposed by the attorney as submitted.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Ooh, thank you. BZA,
Wait, I want to be specific. Was that both sets?
yes.
Oh.
Let me see, how do I frame this? The new BZA rules and procedures. Give me those numbers, please.
The two dash 111 rules and procedures, 2-110 general member rules.
What the attorney just said has now been adopted and approved unanimously by the board. Thank you, board members. This has been, what, how many years? 2 years.
2.5.
All right, thank you very much. We now have our new rules, and I will now do an official welcome. That was a lot of hard work, and I will say that from my perspective, these rules are to protect us, not to keep anybody from doing your sworn duty. So this is to protect us. We got a lot of cases going in the court, so we want to make sure that we are doing everything that we're supposed to do, so that when cases go to court, we win. Okay. So
Also note that they will be effective upon being published. We're going to have to publish them. So it's not going to be an immediate effect, but we will publish them and then they'll be.
what's the publication timeline? Okay.
We'll update it with the date,
Okay.
but they're adopted, but they're not effective until we get them.
Subject to publication. All right, so now this is an official welcoming for your annual BZA training. And the purpose of this training is to reinforce ethics, which we did. Clarify community appeals. That's gonna be an interesting discussion. We talk a little bit about record keeping, but we're gonna hear from our departments also. This is an opportunity for you to hear from BC and planning and development. They're going to talk about, kind of how they interact with us. So treat this as a time to really ask those questions to understand how they interact. Don't let this be a time where you just let them speak to you and you sit down and then we're in the middle of a meeting and say, Director Ribber, I don't understand that. Don't leave this without having a clear understanding. So we're going to hear from uh, Planning and Development first, then we'll hear from BC, then we'll have our discussion around community appeals. We're going to have a discussion around standing, and then we'll tie up things with record keeping, and then we will have public comment. So with that, I'm going to prepare to bring up planning and development, and they're on live. So give me a minute. Take a break. Co-host. All right, are you ready?
Good morning. Yes, I am. I believe my colleague Greg Moots is still in the waiting room.
Oh, okay, I didn't see him. We don't see him. He's not. No, tell him we don't see him unless he's under a different, is he a guest? No, we don't see him.
Okay, I've let him know, and
And
he
I'll
might
bring
have
up the
the wrong
presentation.
link.
I'll bring
Yeah.
up the presentation.
Okay, sounds great. I'm gonna get us started anyway, so we can just go ahead and roll. Um, and hopefully Greg will join us shortly.
All right, can you see it?
I can see it. Thank you so much.
Let me know when you want to advance the slide. Let me get this in. Oh, this is a PDF. Okay.
You should just be able to hit the down arrow to advance. If not, I can always share my slides instead, if that is easier.
There you go.
Yep. Okay, perfect. Good morning. My name is Julie Konecki. I'm part of the strategic planning team in the Planning and Development Department, and I am heading up our Master Plan of Policies Update Plan Detroit. So actually, much of what we're doing in the world of master plan doesn't directly relate to the work of the board, but I think it's still really important information to have as the master plan sets the policy framework for a lot of things, zoning in particular, that do in fact relate to the work that you do. So I'm going to provide an update on what the master plan is, as well as how it relates to our neighborhood framework plans. And then we'll transition into how it relates to zoning decisions and then BZA processes. So hopefully by the time we get to those last two agenda items, my colleague Greg Moots, who is going to cover that information, will be on the call. Director Ribron, he says he's still, oh, there he
No,
is.
I ninth
Perfect.
tries the charm.
All right, wonderful. Greg, do you want to introduce yourself really quick before I
Sure.
hop
Yeah,
in?
sorry about that. Greg Moots, also with the Planning and Development Department, focusing more on the zoning side of the house. Thank you.
Wonderful. All right, next slide. So hopefully you're familiar with our current master plan of policies or the concept of a master plan, but just in case, we always like to level set at the beginning of all of our presentations on what a master plan is. We like to say that this is our decision-making tool for the future. What types of decisions do I mean when I say that? Big picture, how do we create the future Detroiters want? And then how does that tie to development, neighborhood investments, policies that support our land use goals, capital improvements that support our land use goals? There's heart is a land use plan, although it relates to a lot of different topics. And this is a 20-year plan. We are looking out over the next 20 years. Typically, state law recommends you at least review your plan for currency every 5 years and update it every 10. We have actually not updated our master plan since 2009, so we're definitely overdue for an update. Next slide. So the master plan is not PD's plan. We're tasked with authoring it, but it is actually how city priorities become official policy per both state law, the Michigan Planning Enabling Act, and the city charter. So the master plan sets the policy direction for development and all of the things that relate to that, particularly transportation, mobility, infrastructure, utilities, that kind of thing. Next slide. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what to expect in the new master plan and how kind of master planning works in this next section. Next slide, please. So starting with an overview of how comprehensive planning works. So each piece of this puzzle kind of builds on itself, starting with a high level of what we are trying to achieve, which is our vision and value statement. So we start by working with community. We actually started this in early 2024, determining what type of future Detroit are we trying to build and what are the standards we are going to hold ourselves to as we try to build that. The vision and value sets the tone for everything. We then move on to our realities or kind of existing conditions, understanding the assumptions and constraints that we're planning for and within. We're not planning in a vacuum. We're not just making land use decisions kind of down here, project by project. We have to understand what we're working towards and kind of what different existing conditions we're working within. We then moved on kind of in last year towards defining goals. This is determining what we need to do to achieve that vision and address our realities, and then drilling down into policies and finally land use. So land use relates to everything else kind of up the funnel, like I said. So I think a lot of times what we're hearing, across departments or with outside entities is everybody's kind of off doing their own project and off doing their own thing. And they often lose sight of like what the bigger picture is, what our bigger goals are, and what type of city we're trying to build. The master plan is really about setting that strategic direction. So we're all rowing in the same direction. And we all understand how once we get down to the level of land use and zoning and variance decisions, how it fits within the bigger picture. Next slide. So the master plan has two main deliverables. One is a document that contains a written summary of our process, all that existing conditions analysis, the vision, the values, the policies. The other is a map. This is kind of the visual companion that shows where the different land use strategies and policies are going to land in physical space around the city. So both of these will be delivered at the time we release a draft of the plan. Next slide. So the master plan document explains those strategic priorities and how we can achieve them. In a little more detail, there are three components to this. There's a policy framework, a land use framework, and an implementation guide, and I'll go through each of these briefly. Next slide. So the policy framework includes those kind of guidelines for decision making that are oriented around our goals. So there's kind of a higher level, a policy level, and then underneath those are strategies that give a little bit more detail and information about how we're actually going to go about implementing those policies. Our four goals for the master plan are improve quality of life in every neighborhood for all people, grow and strengthen Detroit's economy, focus density to deliver better services and amenities, and make it safer and easier to get around. The master plan has a very short list of goals. This is a departure from our current plan. This is a departure from how a lot of other municipalities do it. We think that given the challenges that we have seen getting all aligned around a kind of clear set of goals, that having a lot of them was going to be counterproductive. We'd rather focus on a short list of them that we can all easily remember and keep in mind kind of in everything that we do here at the city and anytime we are working with community. Next slide, please. The land use framework is where it's going to start to wade into maybe some more of the stuff that you're familiar with. So this is where we actually start to tie the goals and policies to a land use strategy. First, by kind of establishing what we're calling place types, but essentially these just replace the future general land use designations we have today. What are the future types of land use places that we expect to occur in the future to deliver on our goals? What do they kind of look and feel like? What are the uses that you can expect there? What kind of zoning is compatible with that kind of use and density vision? So for each place type, we lay this all out in a kind of easy to use table. And then at the bottom, we're going to be tying over the strategies from our policy framework to each place type. So it's really clear how those two chapters of the plan tie together. It's really clear how the place types are still advancing the policies and the goals. And it's all really grounded and related to one another. It's not just that's the policy chapter that has to do with how we deliver the goals. Now we're just going to talk about how we design the city. That's not a successful plan. That's not a successful kind of sound strategy. So this is why this is the way we're building and kind of updating the plan. We also think that this is going to provide our team at PDD as well as others who need to use the master plan to make determinations of whether a project in front of them is consistent with the plan. Spelling these out in kind of these easy to use tables, we are hoping will provide more guidance and predictability in terms of how we make those determinations. Next slide. So kind of pairing up with that is going to be an actual implementation guide chapter that lays out a bunch of user guides for how one uses the master plan to make these decisions, such as rezonings or land disposition decisions. Right now, like I said, it's more discretionary. We have a template for how we do it at PDD, and CPC has their own template for how they follow. But we think putting together these checklists of, here's how you determine whether this type of rezoning is going to be consistent with the master plan is really going to help us be more consistent. So kind of working hand in hand with that land use framework, more clear sense of like what the place type is supposed to be, what type of projects fit with that, and then a checklist for how you actually work through that determination. Next slide. And then finally, this is just kind of show you a preview of the place types map. So this is going to show where we will implement the policies. So the two work together. They are not separate deliverables. And most importantly, this is not a one-to-one with zoning. This is not a zoning map. So there is a translation that has to be done to turn this future land use vision into more specific zoning. And I'll talk about that in a little bit. Next slide. But first, I'm going to talk just briefly about the relationship of master plan and the neighborhood framework plan. So we can go to the next slide. So in general, both the MPEA and our current master plan of policies contemplate the idea of neighborhood planning to do kind of more detailed parcel by parcel, block by block level planning. This is called a subplan in the MPEA. And this is also something we see in a lot of other municipalities. The master plan is the high-level citywide framework. It's an opportunity to identify the kind of shared challenges and shared opportunities that exist across neighborhoods, while neighborhood level planning allows us to get into more specifics, more project-based implementation for each neighborhood. We do not currently adopt neighborhood framework plans as official master plan supplements or amendments. And to date, the neighborhood framework plans have been more strategic plans, short term, and focused on like tactical implementation. And the format has varied by neighborhood as a result, because this is kind of something we did between the last updated the master plan and this one. So moving forward, In the next slide, PDD is looking to establish a stronger connection between both the content and format of the neighborhood plans and the master plan. And we're also considering formally adopting them as supplements or subplans into the master plan. So they'll carry the full policy weight of the master plan and can be used to help make determinations of whether certain projects or rezoning decisions are consistent with the master plan. I'll just give the caveat that this is an ongoing conversation in PDD as we look to kind of establish a regular cadence of updating master plan, then neighborhood plans, then master plan, then neighborhood plans again. That is kind of a healthy cycle of planning that we would like to establish moving forward. Next slide. So really quickly, talking about master planning and zoning decisions. Next slide. So the master plan, like I said, establishes high-level citywide policy for kind of general land use and development strategy. The zoning is where this becomes like law. So master plan is something we should follow. It's not something we have to follow. It does not carry the legal weight of the zoning ordinance. So if we go against the master plan, shame on us, but there's really no legal recourse there. So zoning is where the vision of the master plan really becomes codified and implementable. And you'll see here, I've said this is the primary mechanism, both the map and the ordinance text for codifying the master plan's land use policies. Next slide. So this is kind of our first and best way to implement the master plan. And, something we're really talking to our colleagues in City Planning Commission about right now is to make sure that as they're updating the zoning ordinance, as we're thinking about map amendments with the master plan, that we bring the two efforts together so that the zoning is really aligned with what the master plan is doing. Just so we're really consistent in what we're trying to achieve, and then we're able to actually implement that. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Greg to kind of round out the presentation, starting with a conversation about how we use the master plan currently to guide zoning decisions.
Thank you very much, Julie, for that comprehensive presentation. If you could go to the next slide, please. All right, so first we'll start off, again, as Julie said, the zoning is the way that the master plan is implemented. So if you look at in the zoning ordinance, one criterion to be looked at during our rezoning is whether the proposed amendment is consistent with the master plan. So again, that's only one criterion. It's not a go, no-go decision, but it is a criterion that's always looked at. If you look at a City Planning Commission report on a rezoning, that's always mentioned. And the Planning Development Department does do the analysis of, is it consistent? And because the master plan is a broad document, frequently the answer is it's generally consistent with. You have a large residential area and there's a rezoning to commercial along the edge of it, along a commercial corridor. That's generally consistent with the master plan, even if that exact block by block or half block or whatever the area of the rezoning isn't consistent. So you look at, the broad master plan to the specific zoning. Again, looking at special land use hearings, that's what SLU stands for, special land use. There's a finding that must be made, the conditional use shall not be inconsistent with goals and objectives of the master plan. So again, a fairly broad criterion to be looked at, but certainly one that should be taken into account and one that we do use sometimes in recommending denial of a land use. You may have, I don't know if you've seen those come through recently, but if one more liquor store on the street is looking to come in, for instance, and there's already a good number of them, and there's a policy that the commercial corridor be strengthened and attract uses and things, we may say that that isn't consistent with the policy of the master plan, separate from the designation on the future general land use map. And then finally, in a PD district, plan development, those should be substantially in accordance. And again, that the rubber meets the road on a PD because it says it should be consistent by having a major land use that corresponds to the most general category of land use in it. So if the master plan shows industrial for the parcel, the PD development can't be residential, for instance. Light industrial versus heavy industrial doesn't matter, but it should be consistent, correspond to the broad land use category. So the PD is the one rezoning where consistency really is important, and it is a no-go decision. And there have been a couple of rezonings or a couple master plan amendments that have been parallel to a rezoning to sync up the master plan, where the master plan and rezoning to PD specifically didn't line up. Next slide, please. So now we'll be looking at specifically BZA decisions, and it's a real short section. The only part of the zoning ordinance where, and under the BZA criteria where master plan comes up is the requested variance is consistent with the master plan and the spirit, purpose, and intent of this chapter, because this is in chapter 50 zoning ordinance. You have to find that the variance is consistent with both the master plan and spirit, purpose, and intent of the zoning ordinance, all 780 pages or whatever it's at right now. But that really is, the only section where master plan shows up explicitly under BZA criteria. And it's a fairly broad one again, and you get to determine, what is consistent with the master plan. So that's consistent both with the map, the future general land use map of the master plan. Is it called light industrial or low medium density residential or whatever? And also the master plan policies, et cetera, for that area. And I believe when planning and development, as a part of the report, that either goes to the if it's something that was before the building and safety engineering department before it went to BZA, then our recommendation has been made to buildings and safety, and that criteria is spelled out there. If it's something that has gone straight to the board and bypassed buildings and safety, then part of our report to you details, the master plan, the consistency with the master plan. Next slide, please. I just wanted to get that up on the screen for people to see. That concludes our presentation. We're happy to answer questions. There's the QR code or where you can text, where you can subscribe to get updates on the master plan project. It has its own website. It's on all the various social media. You can certainly just reach out to Detroit Master Plan at detroitmi.gov. So we have lots of opportunities that Julie and her team have created for people to follow what's going on with the master plan, to engage with it, to receive updates of when the next round of meetings are, etc. And we're happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
I've got a quick question. Mr. Moose, can you speak just briefly as to the TMSO?
Could you all identify yourselves?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Board Chair Roberts here. Can you just give a quick overview of TMSO and also kind of where it's at, because it seems like there's been some changes or dilution of some of the requirements, in particular with signage.
Sure. Yeah, traditional Main Street is not in the master plan. Certainly, that's a zoning ordinance provision. Most of the traditional Main Street overlays were put in place in 2006, I want to say, almost when the new zoning ordinance was put into place in cooperation with the business organizations that were in existence at that time. At that time, there was also a Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Revitalization. And that office, in partnership with planning development and those neighborhood organizations, led the implementation and the creation of the traditional Main Street overlay areas, those that are designated in the ordinance. Several years ago, several new traditional Main Street overlay areas were created. Van Dyke, East Warren, West Warren, and then the Grand River traditional Main Street overlay was extended east and west a bit and also included a couple blocks of Old Redford. So you have Grand River / Lasser as a traditional Main Street. And it's those new areas that have different standards, lower standards than the original traditional Main Street overlays. The new TMSO areas have the basic provisions, build the building, to the lot line, windows and doors on the street, which means parking to the rear if the building's on the lot line. But many of the more specific standards, what type of security grill, what sign lighting, etc., don't apply on those new traditional Main Street overlay areas, because some of them honestly aren't quite as some of the traditional, as much traditional building stock isn't left on some of those areas, or it's more scattered. So it didn't seem fair to knowingly create a square peg round hole problem where we're making people follow standards that just, those buildings may not have that anymore. So the existing traditional Main Street, the original TMSO areas, Livernois, Woodward, Jefferson, Michigan Avenue, et cetera. Those nothing has happened to those standards. Those standards have not been diluted since they were created, almost 20 years ago now. But those new areas do have different standards, and each of the standards in the traditional Main Street or the TMSO do call out whether or not it applies to all TMSOs or just the original TMSOs.
All right, thank you. Member Bowman?
Yeah, I had a question about if and to what degree a couple common zoning rules that come up where we often are granting variances or at least considering them, how those are connected to the master plan, if they are. The first one involves residential. In residential, it seems that the strict reading of the ordinance doesn't accommodate carriage houses, whereas a lot of the traditional use did. And we occasionally have variances that come into play where we end up allowing some expansion or construction of carriage houses over garages. Um, how does that play into the master plan at all, or is that just something else?
I would say no, it really doesn't plan to the master plan. I mean, the master plan, again, is a broader document. Is that a low density residential area? Is it a low medium density residential area? Is it high density residential? Is it mixed use or whatever? So it really doesn't get into the built form of, is there a unit in the back of the house or something like that? It's again a broader document. The current master plan does have general guidelines on number of units per acre. But again, there's a range in that. And when we look at it as the overall area, if you look at my neighborhood of Green Acres, for instance, if someone adds a unit above the garage, it really isn't changing the overall density per area of Green Acres or even of that block that the house is on. So I would say that is not a master plan item per se. It's the zoning ordinance that lays out the number of dwelling units that are permissible on a zoning lot, that lays out the setbacks of those dwelling units from other dwelling units, from the front setback, the rear setback, et cetera.
And made the other matter involved more in the I guess retail or light industrial, where there's spacing requirements pertaining to um, service stations, and a lot of this seems almost like a carryover from back when I remember there being gas stations where almost all of them were also mechanic shops, and now there's almost always a difference between the two, that it's usually one or the other. But it seems that in a lot of cases with the spacing requirements are treating gas stations and mechanic shops as if they're the same thing. And I'm just wondering, does that play at all into part of the master plan?
Again, I would say no. City Council passed that auto uses ordinance 2.5 years ago, I want to say. So that was a fairly recent amendment where the city council amended the zoning ordinance. The master plan wasn't touched, but where city council addressed a certain list of uses and said that there should be a spacing between them, be it from, used car lot, between used car lots or between auto repair, again, not the oil change places, but the auto repair. Um, Gas stations are, there's locational criteria for where a gas station can go at the intersection of two major thoroughfares or at the intersection of a major thoroughfare and um, a freeway and things like that. So again, the really only the way the master plan has anything to do with, say, a gas station is designating, is that a major or a secondary thoroughfare. But everything else in there was really a policy decision made by the city council as to the appropriate spacing between use A and use B, similar as has been on the books between bars or marijuana retail facilities have a spacing criteria. And, so there's a list of ordinances in the zoning ordinance that do have spacing, and that is a zoning ordinance matter. And obviously, city council, can amend the zoning ordinance to create new uses or to create, spacing between uses, et cetera. And that was taking that's more taking resident concerns into account. And do the neighborhoods, do the residents want those uses along, a corridor, or do they want several of them clustered together or further apart and things like that? So
Yeah,
it
and
has to do
just
with the health of the corridor, but not, the master plan classification of A versus B.
Yeah, I'll just piggyback on that because I think from a policy perspective, that is still broadly supported, at least in the
Mhm.
resident feedback that we have gotten. They want to see their corridors populated by things like grocery stores and restaurants and coffee shops and stores and not necessarily auto uses, as well as, a handful of other nuisance uses. So I would say the master plan is not going to get into the specifics of exactly which parcels those uses should be located on, but it might say our commercial corridor place type is typically a place that these have been found and will continue to exist. At the same time, the policy guidance is going to remain that we want to regulate these so that they don't proliferate or like dominate any one stretch of a commercial corridor. And that sets the direction for actually doing the implementation on the zoning side. And the issue that you raised, it seems like these uses are actually just, no longer overlapping and the spacing requirement needs to be tweaked. That's all about implementation and an implementation adjustment to the zoning ordinance. That would still be completely in line with the policy guidance of the master plan. The master plan wouldn't necessarily have to set a more specific policy directive for how that zoning change should have to happen. That's better dealt with kind of in a zoning text amendment discussion.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Member Carr?
Thank you, Member Carr. Thank you for your information this morning to both of you. And for the QR code to join your newsletter so that we can get updates on as the master plan is changed. Can you talk a little bit more about how the activities that come before our board requesting review and variance or appeal is captured and reflected in the updates that happen to the master plan? If I understand correctly, you look at it it's a 20-year plan, but you look at it every 5 years and update it. Did you say every 10 years? Um,
Yep, every time.
Help me to understand again how requests that come before the board are taken into consideration that might affect the master plan and how activities that occur in the city that help to get us closer to the goal of the master plan is also captured and reflected, as you manipulate or tweak the plan. Does, does that question make sense?
It does. Thank you for that question. So actually, at the outset of this process, one of the things that our team asked for as part of our existing conditions analysis was a list of all of the variances that have come before this body, just so we could understand if there were any patterns that, from a policy perspective, we felt needed to be lifted up in the master plan and or just like vetted with the public before the zoning ordinance would go ahead and actually make that change. So I think one thing that was flagged almost immediately is the number of dimensional variances that come up. And I think others in the city have gotten a hold of this that, our typical lot sizes don't actually match the lot size standards that are in our zoning ordinance today. And that may, from a policy perspective, we would say, we need to revisit our small lot provisions in some way. The master plan is not going to say the exact way the zoning ordinance should solve for that problem, but we can lift it up and say, from a policy perspective, we're prohibiting single and two family infill in a lot of neighborhoods because this is out of alignment. So that's one example of how we use that review of what comes before this body. Find where it's, needs to be elevated to the level of a policy discussion we want to vet with the public, and then put that back into the master plan to give the folks who are going to actually implement that policy enough direction for how to do that. So I think that's a key issue. And then I think also another policy area that we've talked a lot about is what is the right mix of housing diversity in various neighborhoods. And you know, is it missing middle? Is it missing middle plus ADUs? Is it missing middle plus multifamily plus ADUs? I think that that's another issue that even came up just now in this training session that is definitely on our radar and something we continue to talk about with community about which neighborhoods do these types of housing make the most sense in? And then what's the right mix of those things? So then we can just go ahead and update the zoning ordinance so the rules are really clear and we're not constantly asking for variances. We're just kind of codifying that and, keeping our zoning ordinance up to date. So I'm more looking for like places where the zoning ordinance seems to be out of date and elevating that. That's how
Yeah.
I'm looking at it. I don't
And
know
if
if
I
Greg
can
has anything
add to
to add.
that, that list certainly was also, the list of BZA cases from the last couple of years was also looked at as a part of the zoning ordinance amendments. Again, for that same purpose that Julie stated, what are the issues that are coming up? What are the things that people need the most variances from? Is that something that we should be looking at addressing in the zoning ordinance? And, the lot provisions is certainly one that has come up, and there's been, several zoning ordinance amendment processes to take that into account.
Thank you. And Greg, I just wanted to say hi, neighbor.
Hello.
All right, any other questions for planning and development? I think that I have one last question, and that's around parking. I seem to remember some conversations with the prior administration that there were going to be some changes made around parking, in particular, the size of the building before it required off-street parking.
Sure. So I can speak to a little bit of the parking policy conversations if was that the whole question?
Yes.
Okay. So you're right that this is another kind of hot policy topic that we've lifted up into the master plan. From a master plan perspective, we've tried to keep things high level and say, what are the issues we're seeing around parking? What zoning reforms make sense for Detroit? And are those uniform, e.g., like the same zoning, rules or reductions apply citywide, or are they more specific to different types of places? I think what we have heard internally from staff so far, and we'll be kind of bringing this out, for more public feedback over the coming months, is that the parking rules we want to advance are more place specific. And so we've been looking at putting together a set of policies and strategies around parking that is tailored to the context that those rules would apply in. So if we're on a neighborhood commercial corridor that's getting kind of tight with its parking, we need different parking rules there than we need in like the average neighborhood. And those are two different contexts, and we should plan for parking in different ways. And so, once again, master plan keeps things high level. It kind of says the policy direction, if we want to boil it down, different parking strategies for different contexts. And that gives hopefully enough direction to the folks that are actually going to update the zoning ordinance, the information they need to have the more detailed conversation. All right, exactly how many parking spaces can we reduce? What are the other kind of offsets we need to provide for? Are there any dimensional standards that need to be adjusted? Those kinds of details would be worked out in a zoning ordinance amendment in alignment with the policy guidance set by the master plan.
Yeah, and that amendment that you speak to, that was under the previous administration, council did not hold the hearing on it before the new council was seated. So that specific amendment did die at council. So the planning commission is looking at what parts of that ordinance, because it dealt with lot sizes, it dealt with parking in several ways, actually. It dealt with density, say in R2 districts. So there were various parts of that ordinance, and planning commission staff in coordination with others is looking at, what parts of that to bring forward, likely, in phased pieces as opposed to all in one. But that ordinance specifically, did die at council, so it will have to be brought back by the planning commission for another amendment to the zoning ordinance. But I don't know, exactly what parts when, certainly.
Okay, and then when it comes to the shared parking agreement, is that actually an administrative guideline or rule, or is that actually written into the ordinance?
That's written into the ordinance, the zoning ordinance. If you do a search on shared parking agreement in the zoning ordinance, you'll get a hit. 50-4, 50-13 somewhere will lay out what are the requirements for a shared parking agreement, how shall it be recorded, and things like that. What's required, generally it's a part of the district approach to parking, but it can be used separately, where you, the property owner, can say, I have an agreement with the person, down the street or across the alley or whatever, to use so many of their parking spaces that they do not need during the time that I need them.
Gotcha.
But that is
Thank
laid
you.
out in the zoning ordinance and all administered generally by buildings and safety, just as this is what you have to do. Here's the process. Sometimes planning and development is involved in them if it is a part of the district approach to parking, because the zoning ordinance says planning and development department does an evaluation of the criteria for a district approach to parking, which is pretty straightforward. You have signage to where that other parking will be and things like that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for P&D? Seeing none, we appreciate your participation and all the information you provided us today. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we've got Inspector Pierce from BC to speak about the SLU process.
Good morning to the board. Inspector Connor Pierce here with Building Safety, Engineering, Environmental Departments, Special Land Use Hearing Division, or BC zoning for short. I'll have Director Rebrand pull up the presentation before we get started. Thank you. All right, once again, this is special land use, aka BC zoning. Next slide when available. All right, so the Special Land Use Division, its main focus is to uphold the zoning ordinance and to hold hearings on uses that are listed as not by right for the given zoning district under the Detroit zoning ordinance in Chapter 50. As was stated earlier, the master plan of policies informs the zoning ordinance itself. City Planning Commission is involved with drafting the ordinance that gets passed by City Council, and it is BC Zoning's responsibility for upholding the ordinance as written. Next slide, please. Within our division, the zoning manager is Jada Filson. There are 4 zoning inspectors, Edward Lowe, Bruce Evans, Kevin Ramos, and myself. You might be familiar with myself, Ed and Kevin here in the BZA. And then we have 2 clerical staff members, Jaquie Hyder and Lionel Dantzler. Thank you. For special land use hearings, these are held for land uses the city has deemed, because of their nature, require extra consideration based on potential adverse effects onto the adjacent area, whether it be due to parking concerns, due to increased traffic flow, et cetera. And we hold these hearings weekly, typically on Wednesday mornings. They are open to the public. And the 3 different categories of uses that go into these hearings are conditionally permitted uses, regulated uses, and controlled uses. However, regulated and controlled uses oftentimes fall under conditional uses as well, sort of a square rectangle situation there. So typically we just group these under the term special land use. For conditional uses, those are uses that do not fit into the by right category that are explicitly listed as conditional in the ordinance, and could be detrimental to the surrounding residents and businesses in the area. For regulated and controlled uses, those are uses that the city tries to limit due to limiting adverse effects and blight, as well as trying to disperse them pretty evenly throughout the city. For regulated uses, those can include cabarets, bars, dance halls, motels, and some other uses listed in the ordinance. Controlled uses consists of typically liquor stores, arcades, and pool halls. You can see here the metrics that have been put on the slide for 2025 and 2024, that the Special Land Use Division, more often than not, approves these decisions rather than denying them, just based on numbers alone. Next slide, please. Thank you. All right, for site plan review, certain developments require having a site plan review done in the ordinance. So for all special land use hearing cases, a site plan review is necessary. And for certain by right uses, a site plan review is also necessary based on a number of qualifying factors: lot area, square footage for the development, number of dwelling units if it's residential, for certain specific uses like solar generation stations, for certain site features like drive-through facilities. All of those will necessitate going through site plan review. And before going to the Board of Zoning Appeals, cases require going through the site plan review process as well. For 2025, you can see that 25 site plan review only letters were submitted, and that would be for all cases other than going for an SLU hearing. Next slide, please. Another function of this division is issuing zoning verification letters. These are typically requested by real estate agents, lawyers, etc., potentially for funding purposes or prior to purchasing a property on behalf of a client. The letter states within it the zoning district for a given property, the current legal land use, typically whether it's conforming or non-conforming. And then if the applicant gives a proposed use, we will state whether the proposed use is allowable or not, if it would require a special land use hearing, etc. And you can see the metric here, 552 zoning verification letters issued. Next
charge
slide.
for that? That's a big number.
Yeah, that's $93 for a zoning verification letter. Yeah. Additionally, this division will sign off on the state of Michigan zoning approval forms. These are typically for vehicular uses, usually for newer used auto sales, part sales, repair shops, service stations, etc. Sometimes we'll get them for CDL training centers, things like that. But basically, it's a state form that requires that the city is verifying that this use is in fact allowed here. We treat them pretty similarly to the way that we go through a zoning verification process to make sure that that's okay to be there before signing off. And then for the Board of Zoning Appeals, as stated before, we review the site plans and identify variances that are required before going to the board. Here's the location of our office within the Coleman A. Young building on the 4th floor, and our contact information as well. And before finishing out, I believe this is the penultimate slide. I think it's just the, yes, thank you. Before finishing out, I did want to list out a couple different pathways for how a case might go before the board from BC'd. So for by right cases that do not require going through site plan review, the plan reviewers that are looking at them will identify required variances, and then the applicant can become a petitioner for the BZA directly from having that listed out to them. For by right cases that go through the site plan review process, only upon receiving a site plan review letter will, outlining the variances that are required, will they then apply to the Board of Zoning Appeals. For cases that are establishing non-conforming uses, reestablishing or going non-conforming to non-conforming, again, those will go through site plan review before reaching you. For cases that go through the special land use hearing process, a hearing decision has to be issued prior to reaching the Board of Zoning Appeals. And additionally, after we provide a decision, occasionally we'll have community appeals trying to overturn the decision, or the applicant themselves trying to overturn a denial of a decision, which will then go before the board. Again, those obviously have to have an SLU decision already issued prior to getting to you. Lastly, hardship relief, those can be applied for directly to the Board of Zoning Appeals. That's all I have for you today. If I have any questions from the board.
Member Carr?
Hi, thank you for your information. Can you talk a little bit about, well, you mentioned the conditional use or special land conditional use usage. And thinking about how that applies to approval for liquor sales in stores, because I don't know the rule, but I know it's so many liquor stores per some number of feet. How, is that rule, is that ordinance applied across the board, or why would it be conditionally approved and come before the appeal board? Okay, I guess that's the question.
Sure, yeah. So I guess I can walk through the process of how liquor store would get approval. Typically, those are permitted conditionally anyways, and those are also listed as controlled uses in the ordinance. So it would, the applicant would apply with us. It would go through site plan review prior to getting their hearing. We would be able to identify at that point if they are within 1,000 feet of, another use. We can also look at their distance to schools or other issues that might qualify against them. Additionally, in that process, we would see how close they are to residential areas and would have to go through the petition process if they're too close to residential areas as well. If they would require a variance because they are located too close to one of those disqualifying factors, then that would be a variance going before the Board of Zoning Appeals then for locational purposes, for overconcentration.
But I guess my question is, if the ordinance says it can't be, why would we grant an appeal? Why would we allow it?
Why would the SLU be allowed in the first place?
Yes.
So we can approve things with conditions, and one of the conditions would be that they would have to go to the Board of Zoning Appeals to overcome those additional otherwise disqualifying factors. That particular section in the ordinance lists the Board of Zoning Appeals as essentially the deciding factor for that.
I've got so member Osborne is driving, but he's listening to the conversation via Zoom, and he has he would like more clarification on by right in terms of how that's determined.
Sure. So the zoning ordinance outlines within it uses that are based on zoning district and based on land use, identifying which uses are permitted by right, conditionally, or not allowed at all within each zoning district. The by right uses can be established without having to go through the hearing process just by submitting a building permit and receiving the certificate of occupancy to establish or to change that use. Again, that's with an asterisk if it requires going through the site plan review process for those reasons I listed before. If it requires any variances because they're not meeting the other conditions of the ordinance. But by right essentially just means they don't have to go through the SLU hearing process.
Sure.
Member Watson?
Um, For my clarification, it seems to be a two-step process with the special land use application. When you get a special land use application, you review that application and then you okay or you grant, you say that application is okay to proceed. That is not an approval, it would seem. But then there is a review process where you deny and or grant the special land use. So it's a two-step process then. Sometimes we look at the application and we say it's been approved on the application level. That is not an approval of the use, right? Am I correct?
So yeah, there can be some confusion around the term approval within this process. Initially, when the applicant applies, we will review to make sure that it is in fact a conditional use in that zoning district. At that point, the application can be moved on to site plan review. But that's really the main qualifying factor for moving forward, as well as, you know, uploading the required supplemental materials. During site plan review, we would identify any problems with the case, try to address them with the applicant, get them to change them if possible prior to going forward. And if the applicant identifies that they would wish to continue with the plans as is and they would require variances, then they would receive their site plan approval letter. The site plan approval is just saying that it is approved. The site plans as submitted are approved with conditions to move forward to the hearing stage. At the hearing, after which I believe it's roughly 30 days after the hearing, a decision will be rendered. And that decision states approval or denial, and that's typically approval with conditions. Many of those conditions being a carryover from the site plan review process. So that initial site plan approval letter is not approval for the project, it's just approval of the plans to move forward to the next stage.
All right, any other questions for BC? Member Bowman?
Yeah, I brought this up earlier, and I'm not sure if you had anything more to add to it about, there were a couple cases, one involving having people get carriage houses in residential areas over their garages and that kind of thing. Is that something that I'm sorry, I'm trying to, the entity that you're, I'm trying to say what it is.
BC zoning, yeah.
BC, right? Something that BC decides on before we get it is a special land use. Would those be examples? Like a person's gonna has a garage in a residential area and they're gonna put on a carriage house. Would that be an example?
Typically, my division wouldn't be the one reviewing those cases. That would typically be someone applying for a residential building permit directly. The plan reviewer would see that there are 2 dwelling units within one zoning lot. And in the R1 and R2 zoning districts, that's not permitted because we don't distinguish between principal. We don't have the idea of an accessory dwelling unit in the ordinance as it stands. They would be considered 2 separate principal dwelling units for how it's written currently. So at that point, the plan reviewer would identify that a variance would be required from the BZA for not meeting that condition. As Mr. Moods was talking about earlier, there are efforts within the City Planning Commission to possibly bring forward changes to the zoning ordinance in the future. But again, that would all be CPC and City Council to make those changes.
And the other one was with the service stations versus gas stations and that whole thing.
Yeah, that falls within the spacing over concentration requirements within the ordinance. And again, we have to just apply it as is. We don't have too much wiggle room with interpretation for that for BC zoning. We would identify that there's an overconcentration of uses and that they would have to go before the board. And I believe Mr. Moot said that that is, some of those changes are relatively recent. Some have held over from the past as well for those spacing requirements, but yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for BC? Seeing none, thank you, Inspector Pierce.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. And if the director doesn't have anything else, I think we'll take a 15-minute recess before we come back and talk about community appeals, because I think that's going to take a pretty good piece of time.
No, one quick thing before you break. As we noted, and we've had so many hearings on this, and I just wanted to make sure that the record was clear. The two sets of rules, the first set of rules that we started the public hearing, we started that public hearing last year. And at that point, when we stopped the public hearing, we took public comment. And there's been no amendments since that time. I just thought that it was very important to note that, because had we done amendments to the rules or at any way changed them from when the public commented on them, and you've now had them for about 6 months, then it probably would have changed the trajectory of the hearing a bit. But there have been no changes since the public hearing. The board had an opportunity over the past several months to review the public comment. The rules that we discussed today, again, were not subject to our legally, well, of course, everything that we do is a public hearing, right? But the rules have to be published, and the public comment related to the rules and procedures. So I just want to be very clear as it related to the amendments that we did today were not to the rules that were subject to the public hearing that we started in December. So you all have a copy of the amendments now that we made today, and those amendments were to the 2-110 rules. And for the newer members, these numbers that I keep saying are the numbers to the charter provisions. So the charter, the 2012 city charter 2-111 requires the board to have rules and procedures that are adopted via a public hearing process. But it also allows you under charter provision 2-110 to adopt your organizational internal rules, which is, we did both. So I just wanted to put all of that on the record, and thank you again, Member Bowman.
I did have one question about, when I was looking through these, and it looks like it may have been part of the original policies and procedures, signing in and signing out. We always sign in. I'm not familiar with signing out.
Is that in the member rules?
Um,
Oh, okay.
in the rules that we had printed here that we voted on earlier.
And forgive me, Member Bowman, I don't have it in front of me, but I do believe that your rules are to, I believe you sign in and you sign out each week. Is that correct?
Yeah, the only thing we have is a timesheet. Yeah, that's the only thing we have for you all to sign is the sheet that you sign each week, and I sign it for payroll.
Does it have a sign out on it? Or does it sign? I know you were discussing adding.
Yeah, we're gonna be making some adjustments to this, but this is the signing sheet.
Okay, just the sign out part is what threw me.
There is no sign.
That's in the rules.
Okay.
Are you saying as it relates to the rules itself?
Yeah, I thought I saw it in there.
If you could locate that.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, it might, and forgive me because it's not in front of me, but it might be one of those things where it's always been there, and
I don't.
I know it wasn't active.
We've never done a sign out. We've never done a sign out. April's been here longer. We've never done that.
It's found in part 3F. Page 3.
What I would have to go do is I would have to look at and see what the original, because most of these rules were just taken out from the current rules. So I don't know if
Well,
that was something that was added or not.
This says board members shall sign in and sign out and provide such documentation as needed for compensation for services. I would leave this in here because we're making changes to this sheet for attendance that we were talking about.
I know the current rules might actually say that, because like I said, we didn't create too much new language. So if I don't have a copy of the current
That's
rule,
the current.
I know,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
that's the new one.
Until
Okay.
published and legally
Right.
effective, the current rules, the 2017 rules. Um, but what was your overall question? You don't want to have to sign out?
No, I just wanted clarification because I was confused because I've always seen us sign in. I've never seen us
Well,
sign out. Is that something new then, or is that something that hypothetically was in there before?
And forgive me, Member Bowman, you know, some of these things got drafted years ago. So we check whenever we change anything,
old
but
too.
I have not touched that language, and because I haven't touched that language, I haven't looked at it in years. But I would have to look at the current rules and what they say and cross-reference it for you. But the rules were adopted. But the good thing about these rules is you can change them whenever you want to. So it's the 2110 rules. You all can change them if you need to change them, but how it reads right now is you sign in and you sign out. I mean, I would think that there shouldn't be that much of a contention with signing out, right? Or are you not comfortable or you want to change it?
It's not a matter of comfortable or not comfortable. I'm just trying to figure out why we've been doing one thing, but it looks like we're supposed to be doing
But
another thing.
again, Mr. Bowman, to clear this up, there have been issues with attendance. We're going to tighten up the sign-in sheet to reflect when you show up and when you leave. Because some members stay for the whole time, some, so we want to be more accurate in our attendance. So
But I will note that this language has not been touched. I
it
haven't
hasn't been,
touched this.
it hasn't been touched.
So this is not something that we just went through in there. So I would just wanted you to know that it's been there. But if you want to revisit it, we can revisit it, but that's not new language. So, everything that I've touched, you see highlighted on there. So, but I mean, if you guys want to continue to discuss it at the next meeting or another meeting, that's fine.
Also, Board Member Bowman, in terms of collecting information, it's for accuracy, but this information will also be shared with council members, and when they ask, what how's the board member doing on the board? In the past, I had not shared attendance, but in the future, attendance will be shared. So just kind of be careful as to what we put into these rules and procedures and how that information can be used.
Thank you.
Any other comments? All right, if not, we will recess for 15 minutes and come back at 11:25. Okay, we will restart the BZA meeting, and we're a little bit behind schedule, but we're at, thank you. We're at community appeals, purpose, process, and current landscape. And that's going to be with Attorney Savage.
Well, before we go to Attorney Savage, board members, go ahead. I just wanted to point out something to you. If you look on the screen, see if I can make that bigger. Okay. You look on the screen and you can see this is the Chapter 50 zoning ordinance, and I have in the fine community appeals. You all see that?
Yes.
What comes up?
Nothing.
Can you read that?
Mm-hmm.
No match is found. Community appeals is not in the zoning ordinance. All right, I'm going to turn it over to Attorney Savage. I wanted that to be established. Let me. I wanted that to be established because I think it's very, very, very important that we as a board understand what a community appeal is and what the impact the community appeals are having on the city and the decisions that we make. It's very important that we understand what a community appeal is and that you understand as board members what your role is. You cannot have your community hat on feeling a certain way because you like a community organization. Okay, so look, let's pay very close attention to this, and I'm going to end with this. We have 5 cases in circuit court. They're all community appeals. No work.
Somebody to. I don't know why.
Okay. All right. Did you send me this?
Yes,
Okay.
you already had that up. It was all in
Oh,
the
it's the
same.
same one. Okay.
Just
All right.
keep going down. Okay, hello again, Erica Savage Law Department. So 2 things. It would have been nice if I was able, I mean, I thought about it. I wanted to do a nice, pretty legal overview for you all. And this is the law department, and these are all the things that the board hears. And I probably still do need to have a traditional training one-on-one, and maybe in some coming up weeks with the new board members um, to just talk about all the different types of cases that the BZA hears and the importance of them. There is a board member training, but the structure of this particular one and the request were to really get into some standing community appeal issues. And because that was kind of, and it's kind of it can be lengthy, and it can be engaging, I wanted to really hone in on it. And hopefully to the new board members, if with your deference, I'm sorry, with your patience, um, give me an opportunity to still come back and do that general board member overview that goes and pulls the law department into the other departments, the way they gave you a general overview of what they do. I would like to do that as well. But today, we are talking specifically about appeals based off of the feedback that we got from members. All the questions appear to be about this issue and these cases. And I have also done this training before. So part of my challenge was to come up with some new material and um, a new span. And so I think I come up with something. So what I'm going to do is, why my feedback is, I'm going to come back a little bit. That's what you got to do in church. You got to come back just a little bit. So when you say, okay, so overall, in all the different types of hearings, I did take a second to do it because I just wanted to put it in perspective a little bit for the new board members. The board hears variances, it hears on non-conforming uses, it hears about modifications, like which was kind of unique, but we did that a few weeks ago. And administrative appeals is just one of the categories of the many categories of cases that you hear. The zoning ordinance separates things specifically that are the board's original jurisdiction, like an administrative variance, like a hardship petition, versus when someone comes to you because they're appealing an administrative decision. And so those are what we call appeals. So when you get into administrative appeals, I think you have, let me see my next slide. go to my next slide, Director Ripper, and I think I did it. Yeah, go to the administrative appeals. You have two types that we receive. We receive the ones that come from landowners and the ones that come from community members. So I'm just going to give you that perspective. And then after I give you that perspective, then I'll go specifically into the ones that we typically deal with the most rigorously, which is the ones from the community members. So next, the code and the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act provide that any person who's aggrieved by a decision of the board or any administrative official, they can bring their appeal to the Board of Zoning Appeals. So BC makes a decision. You just heard different types of things. Mostly they're usually BC, but it does not have to only be BC. It can be any decision made under Chapter 50 because you all are created under Chapter 50 of the ordinance. So an administrative official can make a decision, and if they're being aggrieved by that decision, then they can appeal to the BZA for reconsideration of the decision. So the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act also states that you can have an appeal to the Zoning Board of Appeals if you're an aggrieved person. It can be any officer, any department, any board, anything, they can come and appeal it to this board if it falls under your chapter 50. Get the next slide. So the first types of appeals that you all receive, we call those administrative denials. Those are usually the landowner appeals. And those are the ones when the person who owns the property, they received a denial or they received some type of determination that they do not agree with, and they come and appeal it to the Board of Zoning Appeals. It says you can have it modified, you can have it overturned. So using the one that most of you were here for just a couple weeks ago, where we had an appellate here who BC decided that their order that they currently have right now did not apply to the expansion that they were trying to do. And BC told them that you have to go to the BZA to get your order modified because they decided that the order that you all previously had did not conform to the expansion that they were trying to do. So what they did was appeal that BC decision to us. It was very interesting. The whole thing was very interesting because what they're doing is they're appealing. They did not agree with the fact that BC told them that your order did not cover it. So instead of then doing an appeal of the decision, they changed it to a modification of your order. But either way, we got here because they were a landowner and they did not agree with the decision that BC made. And they had two choices. They could come to you for a modification, which is also under your original jurisdiction. People can come to you to modify your order. That's the route that they went. Or they could appeal BC's denial. It would still come back to you. But the reason why we didn't do it that way, or they just chose after advice and counsel not to do it that way, because even if you all would have overturned your decision, they still would have had to come back through probably for a variance or for a modification or something. So they just requested a modification. But I was just using that because that was a very recent example of something where a department made a decision and the landowner itself did not agree with the decision and it became before this board. So those come pretty regularly here when we deal with them. This is just things that we, these are your order of procedures that's in the rules right now and how these cases go. I won't get into all of that. And when these things come before you, you're always limited to right there in the bottom corner, you're always limited to determining whether the department made its decision properly at that time, but the decision that it had at the time that they made that decision. So that's the landowner portion of administrative appeals. And whenever you all look at an administrative appeal, whether it's from a landowner or a community appellant, you're always looking at the information that they had at that time. You're reviewing it, and then you're deciding whether you agree with it, partially agree with it, you want to reverse some of it, you want to modify it, you want to impose a condition on it. And we've had different trainings related to even that, imposing conditions and things, and we can get into that some other training again. But when it comes to you, you're making a decision and you're not stuck to 100% of what BC did. You can modify, you can impose your own conditions. You can do all of that under the city code. Very broad powers, this board, which is the reason why it's the reason why we operate the way we do. This board has a lot of power. Okay, so that's landowners. So then the second type, next slide. The second type of appeals that we deal with are the appeals that come from a community member. This means that if there's a resident, there's an organization, there's someone out there who is impacted by an administrative decision. And again, it's usually from BC, and they can also appeal that decision to this board. And again, same thing, they have to be an aggrieved person. Now, the aggrieved person standard is something that takes us all down this whole road of where the rest of the training is going to go, which is the aggrieved person standard for the purposes of a community member. A landowner, think about it. Every single hearing that we have, they come up, what happens? April swears them in. I start asking them a bunch of questions. I'm talking to them about their legal interest in the property. And then I say, Mr. Chair, I'm satisfied that this person has a legal interest in the property to proceed. With the administrative appeals, same thing with the landowner. The first type of appeals, landowners. Doesn't take us long to figure out that you own the land, you have a legal interest in the land, somebody sent you, you're the architect, whatever, but you're authorized by the landowner to be here. When it comes to community appeals, it's a lot more complicated than that. And it was so complicated that on July 22nd, 2022, which was my birthday in 2022, I think this case is such a pain to me because it was found on my birthday. It was ruled on my birthday. But July 22nd, 2022, the Supreme Court of Michigan ruled on what's now the landmark case of how zoning boards are to determine whether or not someone is aggrieved. So currently what we're doing is we're operating off of a case law standard, not a codified standard, which can be a challenge. You know, I can go do title searches to determine whether somebody owns property, but we have to go to this three-part test that, backing up again, we have to go through this three-part test that the Supreme Court came up with to determine whether or not a person has sufficient standing to proceed with the community appeal. Now, I want to note, community appeal is a City of Detroit term. It's not a term that you're going to see if you go look up, you know, cases online or zoning enabling acts. You know, it just uses phrases like a person aggrieved by the decision. The city of Detroit, even in our code, we don't say community appeal. It's just what we've used. This is kind of stylistically of what we call it. So I don't want you to ever get caught up in that. If you're having a discussion, you go to some type of training or some type of state event or something. Community appeal is a Detroit term, but the law itself says any person, organization, entity can appeal these decisions. But I'll get into the actual test. I think I have it bigger on the next slide. The aggrieved person standard as ruled by Saugatuck Dooms. You have to have three criteria. Now, first, I already said it can be anybody. It doesn't have to be just a person. It can be an organization. It can be an entity. But for our purposes, it's whoever it is that filed the application, who are you? Are you an organization? We're going down one route. Are you an individual? We're going down another route. But that's that. But you must have participated in the lower proceedings, meaning when BC'd was doing their land use hearings, their special land use hearings, you had to have somehow participated and taken an interest in those hearings. So that's the first prong that the Michigan Supreme Court came up with as it relates to you being an aggrieved person for the purposes of an administrative decision under the zoning ordinance. The second one is that you have a legally protected interest. A legally protected interest means you have a pecuniary interest, a property interest, a business interest. You have some type of interest that's legally protected under the law. Legally protected under the law, that was double, but that's legally protected. You know, I can't believe that I'm doing so much of this off memory. It's crazy. That this decision is impacting. Meaning, I own a house next door. I have a business down the street. What is your legally protected interest? What is your financial interest? What is it? I just spent $10,000 for this billboard that's right across the street from this. It has to just be some legal interest that you have related to this development or project that was proposed. So you took a position and you participated in lower proceedings. You have a legally protected interest at stake. And the third one is you have special damages. Special damages, which usually is the brunt of the conversation, right? Which means that your the damages arising from the decision that the department made, it is different in kind, more significant in degree. These are the types of phrases that the court used. They said that it cannot be, and I should have given you the guidance document. I didn't give them the guidance document, but a lot of more, the guidance document that you guys get, do they still get it with all their appeals? So if you get an appeal, you always get the guidance document that comes with it. It has all of a lot of the language fully from the case in it, but they say they don't like generalizations. It can't be a generalized concern. It has to be a damage that has occurred or likely to occur due to the decision that was made by the administrative official or the department. So your special damages, and it's sometimes how we process this, different in kind, more significant in degree. And so we go through so many different exercises and examples of what does that mean. But once you establish that you are an aggrieved person, what the Michigan Supreme Court has said, once you satisfy these things, you now can proceed with putting your case before your board and hearing the merits of the case. So the purposes of this training is to give you a couple of examples of cases where, well, there was a specific question, and the specific question was, what's been happening with some of our decisions? And I'm going to ask you guys to resist the urge to jump away from my slides. Don't jump ahead. Don't jump ahead, because I'm going to walk you through two different instances. One is an instance where there was a recent case based off of the aggrieved person standard, and it was ruled this year, which is pretty cool. It's not a Supreme Court case, but it was one of these diamonds in the rough where the Michigan Court of Appeals, who does most of the cases, it's high enough where they made a decision based off of the aggrieved person standards, and they went through, and that's going to be my first case study. The second case study is going to be based off of an actual BZA decision. So, case study one. The reason why I want to do case study, this case first, the one that was just done, is because once you see an understanding of how the court went through it, then it'll help us with our second case study of of more so something that was actually literally before the board. I need one. So I'm gonna walk, so you don't have to, well, I can ask your preference. Do you want me to just read and go through it, or do you want a second to read it yourself? Just start reading it? Okay. So this case study was, and I want you to know, it might read a little, how it reads is because a lot of this, I changed the names, of course, and the addresses, but a lot of this is the exact same language and fact pattern that was in the court, in the ruling. So if you don't like the way it reads, don't blame me. A lot of this was was me paraphrasing, but the exact fact patterns and things that were in the case. So what we're dealing here is with two car washes, okay? And so Mr. D's is a car wash. It operates at 29,600 Aretha Drive. There's a proposed development on a nearby parcel of land. This land is 598 feet away from Mr. D's car wash. So this is the property that's in dispute. Levi Stubbs, who is the developer, he submitted an application to BC to develop and operate Stubby Car Wash. Now, Stubby Car Wash is at 29,300 Aretha Drive. Mr. D's is at 29,600 Aretha Drive, right? So you see they're kind of close together, 598 feet. So BC, during the lower proceedings, denied Mr. D's application because they raised concerns that the proposed use was not necessary for the public convenience at that proposed location. That's what BC said. So then the developer, the landowner, they appealed BC's decision to the BZA. Now, again, I've put all of these in our terms because this case didn't use our language. I'm just using our language. Mr. Dees did oppose the development during the public comment portion of BC's proceedings, and Mr. Dees also submitted a written memorandum to the BZA stating their grievance with the new car wash development. The BZA, you all, unanimously approved the application. Now, application meaning for the car wash. Mr. Dees, they appealed the BZA's decision to the circuit court, and they raised the same arguments that they presented before the BZA. So I'm going to go through the testimony. Now, this is interesting because this is a situation where I'm putting you in the mind frame of thinking like the appellate court. You are an appellate body, but this exercise is the stuff that the appellate court, the appeals to your decisions, how they're taking it in when the parties went to go argue to them, okay? So this is what Mr. Dees has presented. They argued that there's no evidence presented to show that the community needed another car wash. They further argued that another car wash would oversaturate the market because 7 car washes existed within a 2-mile radius of the proposed site, and traffic and backups would increase, given the close proximity of the businesses. Additionally, Mr. D's, their existing car wash, in which they had invested over $500,000, already serviced the surrounding area, and both car washes offer substantially similar services. An additional car wash would cause Mr. D's business to decline and potentially cause its car wash to close down. And Mr. D's would be forced to sell the property at a discounted price, given that vacant car washes are not suitable for other business models. Allowing another car wash offering substantially similar services to open 598 feet away would saturate the market, they argue. It would cause decrease in business, and it would likely close down their business. They argued, should their business close, it would be sold at a reduced market price as a vacant car wash. It's less marketable because car washes have incompatible infrastructures. That's what we hear a lot about gas stations, right? Mr. Dees included an affidavit from Daniel Duggan. Daniel Duggan is the owner of Mr. Dees Car Wash. And Mr. Duggan stated that he invested over $500,000 in renovations in the car wash. And based on his experience, another car wash was not needed in the community. So this is what the BZA board, who unanimously approved the car wash, this is what they argued to the court. They continue that Mr. Dees, that their financial injury was speculative. They argued that the possibility of increased competition did not amount to a legally protected right. They argued that the plaintiffs had not shown that the new car wash would cause a decline in revenue. They argued that the alleged harm depended on uncertain future events, and ordinary business competition was insufficient to establish aggrieved party standard or status. The BZA also argued that the affidavit from the owner of Mr. Dees should be stricken from the record because it was not submitted to the BZA. I'm sorry, that was probably too many knots. They were arguing that the affidavit should be stricken. It should not be included in the appeals court, the Court of Appeals decision, because it was not submitted to the BZA at the time of the hearing. You all didn't have the affidavit, is what the BZA is arguing to the Court of Appeals. It's new. Remember, your standard is you consider the information that was provided to you at the time of the hearing. So the BZA argued to the court, they didn't give us an affidavit. Okay. So now here are the standards that we've already gone over. I just have it in here. The aggrieved person standard. You have to meet 3 criteria: participation, protected interest, special damages. Oh, here's the language that I wanted to. So this is the language that's in your guiding document. Merely owning or resigning in the local community is not sufficient to show standing. Likewise, general concerns about traffic congestion, economic harms, aesthetic harms, environmental harms, and the like are still not sufficient grounds to establish that a party has been aggrieved by a zoning decision. Instead, a party must bring a specific charge demonstrating evidence of a disproportionate burden that they will experience. Okay, now, what I want you to do, like we've done before for the new board members, what I do, I just do it kind of open forum and say, let's go through the criteria and you all are gonna answer me like you're the judge. So as it relates to criteria 1, does Mr. Dees satisfy criteria 1? Anybody? And why does Mr. Dees? And so what's important is when these cases come before you and we're actually making our decisions, every single time this board makes a decision, you're supposed to support the facts of the case with the law. So that's why I say support your findings. So why does Mr. Dees satisfy criteria 1? Right, because it says that they participated in the lower proceeding and they wrote a written memorandum. So yes, they satisfy 1, and we would state that on the record that they satisfy 1. So as it related to a legal protected interest, does anybody want to take that one? Yes. Yeah, I'm asking what should be the court's ruling based off of the information that you heard about whether or not there's a legally protected interest by Mr. Dees. Okay, I don't know how we're. Okay, so we would need to state why Mr. Dees has so whoever answers, I want you to say yes or no, and what evidence supports that they have a legally protected interest.
So what legally?
but because she's a newer board member, so I want to hear what she has to say. I know you can always normally do it, Ms. Bowman,
You
but
trying
let's,
to force me to say it?
no, I like that you're participating
understand.
because you haven't done one of these trainings before, so let's, what are we gonna say?
Because he has property, he can identify that he owns property that's affected by this decision.
Okay, and where is his property?
Say it again.
You said he owns property. Where is his property?
The car wash, right?
Yeah, but where is it?
2 miles away.
In the next 300 feet. Yeah.
Okay, 595 feet.
Right.
590.
So what we do is,
Oh, he
we're
owns,
taking what we hear and what we know, and we're applying the facts of what we read to the legal standard. So the legal standard is legally protected interest. We know he owns a business,
yes.
and we know that building is how far away?
598 feet away from the Mr. D's car wash.
Okay, so would a reasonable person say that that's a legally protected interest right here? Yeah,
Yes.
I would say so. Okay, so then we go to the third prong, special damages.
No.
Does anybody want to take a stab at it with your facts to support the law?
So I would say the answer would be no, because he does not have any special evidence showing damage. It's kind of like he's um, he's
Well,
forecast.
look at I want you to take the second to look exactly at what is, this is a cool thing, because normally when you guys have cases, you don't have the facts written in front of you. So normally you have to, that's why it's important when you're listening to the cases, you know, those who take notes of the facts that they're hearing. You know, so if you were hearing this in real time, or you have the documents in front of you, and you know, so, but in this particular case, what they actually presented as their damages, what did they say?
Well, it's really all contentious guesswork because it says that, you know,
It's
in the
like he's
future or
predicting, yeah.
possibly, you know, they're gonna be a competitor. It's gonna cost him money, you know, potentially cost him money, potentially cost, you know, he may have to close the business. He may have to sell the property at a reduced value. But it specifically says that economic harms cannot be considered in an merely economic harms cannot be considered as a reason for a community agrees community standard.
Okay,
So
anybody else?
I don't feel that he has special damages at all. He perceives that he does,
Okay,
but I don't think he offered any evidence to prove that he does.
Like he's just predicting and making a prediction.
He offered statements without any backing.
He's saying his
Back up
investment
information.
versus actual damages, right?
mm-hmm. So just for the purposes of the training, what did he specifically, and the reason why I'm honing in on this is because when we do orders and we do motions, it, you know, you're the decision maker. But in this instance, you're the judge. You're the judge right now. And so we're reading what they had to say. And what specifically did they say though? So when we're doing a ruling, we're doing an order. I know he's being very generalized. I know he's, you know, but what specifically did he say was his damage?
Well, specifically, he says that the locating the business with that proximity to his location is going to cause him economic harm. But he also goes on to state that there's 7 active car washes within 2 miles. They all seem to be okay, and they don't seem to be, you know, complaining or upset with the additional competition, or they're not fear of going out of business, or at least he hasn't proven that they are.
He included an affidavit.
Okay. What did the affidavit say?
Said there's no evidence to show that the community needed another car wash.
And that he invested $500,000. over $500,000. That's all it said.
You can put 'em on. If you guys wanna, oh, we had a bagels in here. If you need a sandwich, please go get a sandwich. Okay, anybody else? I know, remember, Bowman, you had your hand up for a long time.
Yeah, the thing that kind of gets me is, and you could kind of take something two ways. On the one hand, it's pointed out that it doesn't have a right to legally protected right to be free of competition. But on another hand, it does seem like it's legally protected because you have the spacing requirement in the law.
Okay,
So I'm just trying to figure out how one irons that out.
okay.
The other thing
Anybody else?
the other thing he said was that another car wash would cause a decline to his business and potentially cause his car wash to close down. And he'd have to sell the property at a reduced market rate.
I just think it's a generalized concern. I don't think it meets the aggrieved person standard. It's too general.
Okay. So collectively, as of right now, we're gonna move forward to, you all are collectively the court. We're saying that the, Mr. D's, they have satisfied prong one, they have satisfied prong two, but they have fallen short of prong three for the reasons that you all stated. Okay.
I'm sorry, Attorney Savage, did you say they did not satisfy criteria 3?
Well, no, this is what you are, I'm summarizing what collectively we just come up with. We've come up with yes to prong one, yes to prong two, no to prong three.
Yes, three is a yes, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, you think three is a yes? Okay, you think three is a yes, but most of you guys think it's a no. And why do you think it's a yes, Board Member Watson?
Because there would be the oversaturation of car washes in the area. It's gotta affect and another car wash within the 598 feet of his existing building is definitely gonna cause a financial hardship, not hardship, but it's gonna affect him financially. That's why.
Okay. All right, so do we want to hear what the court said?
Yes.
So let's go. So I love this one. I love this one so much. So they appeal, of course, your decisions get appealed to circuit court. So this is what, no, keep going. Go to the next slide. Go to the next one. Okay, so this case was based off of Mr. C's P&M LLC versus Chesterfield Township. It's ruled in February 2026. The circuit court held that Mr. D's was not an aggrieved party able to challenge the BZA's decision. An aggrieved party must have a legally protected pecuniary interest in the outcome of the case. And although Mr. D's argued that another car wash could cause potential decline, they failed to show evidence that this fear was more than a mere possibility. The court was not persuaded of the risk of business competition, that it was sufficient, and they didn't consider it to be a protected right, and that the proposed use did not involve physical interference with an existing business. Rather, it was a form of business competition. It did not even consider, the circuit court did not even consider whether or not they could establish special damages. They stopped at legally protected interests. So, but guess what? This is the Michigan Court of Appeals case. So the next slide tells you the actual ruling of the case. This is the circuit court. The Michigan Court of Appeals overturned circuit court and found that they did have standing as an aggrieved person. And the Michigan Court of Appeals in February 2026 went through this as an analysis. They said it was undisputed that Mr. D's participated in the public comment in the lower process. They said that Mr. Dees had an existing legally protected pecuniary interest in its established business. They were not required to reprove an actual future loss with certainty. It was enough that their existing financial interest was likely to be affected by approval of a substantially similar business only 598 feet away. They said, they concluded that the alleged injury was sufficiently particularized. The potential loss of revenue, business closure, and reduced property value would affect Mr. C specifically because it operated in a nearby competing car wash, same type of business. That harm offered a different generalized concern, economic effects on the community.
Wow.
So wait, what's on? Do I have something on the next slide? Something else that the court said? 'Cause I don't know if I went to the next case study.
Right.
Okay, so the court rejected the circuit court's conclusion that the plaintiff's injury was merely speculative. They read Sagatuck, the 2022 Supreme Court case, and there's another case out there named Tuscala, which we'll do that another. I think I actually went through that one for a previous training. But the Michigan Court of Appeals took those two cases together, and they noted that in those cases, the court held that a party need only claim to provide some supporting evidence that an existing pecuniary interest is likely to be harmed. Absolute certainty is not required. They held that the owner's affidavit could be considered because it largely repeated the information that the board got. So on one hand, we all know, because I was even jumping at this. I read cases like, what am I going to do with this? But I had to sit and think about it. One thing that I always say to the board was, well, one thing that we always say to you all is you can't consider things that are not a part of the original record. You can't consider things that BC did not take into consideration when they made their decision.
Correct.
What this Court of Appeals is saying, it's a bit irrelevant because they said it all. That all of this is not, it's not a new point that they brought up. From the beginning, they've been saying they invested $500,000, and the affidavit basically said, I invested $500,000. So the Court of Appeals basically kind of dismissed it like it's not new information. They just put it in a new format. Okay. So they reversed the circuit court's decision and remanded it for further proceedings. But I put this in all caps to be clear. It did not decide on whether or not the BZA made the right decision to allow the car wash. All they did was say it had to be remanded, which we're very familiar with here, remanding. It had to be remanded, but they remanded it back to the circuit court. So they didn't remand it back to BZA in Chesterfield Township. They said, circuit court, take it back and now go through the whole thing because we find that they are aggrieved and determine now whether or not the board made the right decision to still allow the car wash to stay. Okay, so there's no, and I'm very curious. I want to go find this case when they, when the circuit court makes this decision. I don't know if they've made it yet. I don't think so. But they were clear that this was something that was more significant in degree and not generalized because it was the same type of business a couple hundred feet away, and they produced documents, and it was reasonable to say that it's likely that you are going to lose car wash business with another car wash 600 feet away. And they felt that that was not a generalized concern. So the key takeaway, which I thought we would need here, is a nearby business may qualify as an aggrieved party when it identifies an existing pecuniary interest and provides some evidence that approval of a directly competing use is likely to cause a particularized financial interest. And I think that's the key takeaway here, because I don't want everyone to go off and think that this will be the case all the time. How often do we have two of the exact same things here for We usually have like a homeowner who's mad at about a development. We usually have a, community center that's mad about the marijuana. But in this case, we have a car wash that's appealing a car wash.
Mhm.
And this, the court has found, is not a generalized concern
Mhm.
because it is more particular and it is more significant because car washes you're going to go to this one or you're going to go to that one. And they said that that was standing. So, and the other key here is really focusing in because the Saugatuck Doom case does say likely to occur. So the Michigan damages that are likely to occur. So it's one of those things where we have to keep in mind when we do our cases that it's okay that it can be a particular harm, a future harm or a possible harm, but you still have to hone in on it exactly the way this car wash just did. And they just found the magic trick that, yeah, we're likely impacted by a car wash across the street with both car washes. Okay. And remember, in this particular one, BC said no. BC said no to the car wash. And the BZA overturned, BC's decision. So questions. I'm sorry, Member Bowman, you've been raising your hand? Okay. Does anybody have any questions about?
I have a quick question. So, I guess I'm kind of confused about the decision. I mean, because throughout every neighborhood in Detroit, we have on major intersections, a McDonald's and a Burger King. They're still the same thing. And one is not saying that this one can't open or my business is going to close because of the other one open. And we always have cases about gas stations being in close proximity as well. So what's the difference with this car wash?
Yeah, but Member Bowman, I don't think I've come up. I can't recall a situation where I've had a gas station doing a community appeal versus another gas station.
So
I haven't.
because it's a community appeal, but they do come and say,
Right.
well, I don't think this gas station should open because it's less than 1,000 feet.
Well, yeah, but in this particular instance, this isn't like, this is distinguished. And that's why I said you have to take away the key takeaway for this particular case. This particular case was a community member appealing a decision of a board based off of it being a competing business right next to them. A lot of times when we see gas stations here, we see them for variances, we see them for hardships, we see them for things like that. And then we'll have people, the last gas station that I can think of that was pretty notable was the one that we just had that was a hardship. So people can come and speak out against the the gas station opening right there, but that's a different standard of review. The standard of review for that is whether or not there's any reasonable economic use of that property to allow them to only be a gas station and nothing else but a gas station. But we're not evaluating the legal standing of the person who comes and complains that they don't want the gas station. That's not the legal standard of the board. So this legal standard only applies when person who feels like they're aggrieved by the decision, this decision is impacting me. One of my favorite ones that I love bringing up since I've been here, one of my favorite community appeals to watch and witness was the lady who had the church building a parking lot across the street from her house. And I mean, she didn't have a big high price attorney. She had I think a lady representing her who was a community advocate. And they had come and they had watched and they had learned how to do it. And she came and she did an excellent job. It was just a nice senior lady who didn't want this church to build this parking lot, those who were here around it. Like in the middle of the block. The church was all the way down at the end of the street on the corner. And they got permission from BC to build this parking lot for the additional parking in the middle of the block next to this lady's house. And she appealed it as a member of the community. And it was a very good one to watch. And the board overturned the decision to allow the parking lot. Well, the board gave her standing. I can't remember. Did we overturn the parking lot? I don't remember if we overturned the, but I know that she had standing is the point. But yeah, they also overturned the parking lot. But it was a really good one to watch about, it doesn't have to be a circus. It doesn't have to be lawyers filing briefs and arguing. Sometimes very well prepared people come and say, I live right next door to this. And I don't want my block getting taken over and my house getting taken over by all of these, I love the Lord, but I don't want all of the parishioners parking right here by my house. So that's what I'm saying. It depends on the nature of what's being filed to you. But in this particular instance, when it's a community member filing it, we go through this standard. So if it was a Burger King that was upset about a McDonald's, a Burger King could very well file and say, we don't think a McDonald's should be across the street. We got a fast food restaurant on each corner, and we don't need a fourth one. Will they get standing? I don't know. I don't particularly care for Burger King, so, but yeah, I'm just saying. So it's a case by case. For this one, I want your takeaway to be they found this magic potion, you know, and Member Watson kind of hit on it where it was a similar business doing the same exact thing, and it's reasonable to say that that is more than a generalized concern. So trust me, I didn't like it at first either. So I didn't like the ruling, but I guess I had to accept it. It was the right ruling. So, is there any other questions about this one? And then we just have one more. Please get a sandwich, because if you want a sandwich, I don't want that to stay here, because if you want one, please get one, and then I'll do the second one. You pass that out. Yeah. Actually, I want. Forgive me.
I'm just so curious.
Attorney Savage, it might be helpful to point out again that this is standing as opposed to hearing the actual case, maybe.
Standing as opposed to.
As opposed to hearing an actual case, that this is just a standing determination. Yeah, it might be helpful to point that out.
Are we all back? Thank you for your indulgence. I got it. Okay. Alrighty. So I just have one more case study. You handed it out to them, Director Brown? Okay. All right. So this second one may be a familiar fact pattern to some of you, but if it is, just, you know, we'll try to lean it on the new board members. So this is a community appeal of an approved conditional land use decision by BC. The applicant is 2 Mile Road, Starlight Club Owners Association. The property owner is Great Lakes Tower. Again, this is all made up names. And the property is at 722 2 Mile Road. So Great Lakes Towers, they purchased a commercially zoned property at 722 2 Mile Road in April 2024. Property had been vacant and environmentally contaminated. After investing approximately $200,000 to remediate the site, Great Lakes sought approval to construct a 75-foot wireless communication tower to address a coverage gap created when an existing tower was removed during the demolition of Malcolm X Academy. So the project proceeded through the city's approval process. BC approved the proposed tower after determining it satisfied all 15 conditional criteria. The Wireless Communication Site Review Committee recommended approval, which is the city-created committee. The Planning and Development Department approved the project with conditions. And a public hearing was held with notice that provided, as provided, I'm sorry. BC ultimately granted conditional approval subject to 10 conditions addressing neighborhood concerns, including landscaping, screening, and maintenance requirements. So what we have here is we have a decision that was by BC. BC went through its public hearing process. It adopted concerns that the members of the neighborhood was active in the lower hearing, and they adopted conditions based off of the feedback that they were receiving from the community members. Following BC's approval, a neighborhood group identifying itself as concerns residents of 2 Mile Road, Detroit Starlight Club Homeowners Association, represented by resident Angela Davis, they appealed BC's decision to the Board of Appeals. So what we have here is we have a cell tower. We have a cell tower, and the neighborhood doesn't want it. The person who filed the appeal to the BZA does not want the cell tower. So now, this is not a court case. This is a case that's just right here at BZA. So this is the testimony and evidence that was presented by concerned residents to the board as it relates to them being aggrieved. Now, again, I say, and I think it's important to point out, these are all just standing analysis. This last case and this case study, these are only the standing analysis. In the grand scheme of community appeals, getting past this part is just getting us to the merits of the actual case itself. which is going through the BC's decision, all the 15 criteria that we're talking about here, that's when we're getting into the part 2. We've done trainings about going through all the 15 conditions, supporting them on the record, overturning any of them. So this is only about the first part of it. And the reason why it's so important is because, like I noted at the beginning of the training, when we have any other case that comes before the board, what's happening? I'm talking and I'm establishing standing. The court has made this test for you all to determine whether the person is aggrieved for these types of cases. So that's the reason why this is so important, and we're always getting in some mud about it. So, okay, so back to the case study. So the concerned citizens, they made these arguments. They said the tower will harm residents' health and safety, that the wireless communication tower posed a health and safety risk due to radio frequency exposure. Ms. Davis, she appeared with a fellow neighborhood resident who's a medical doctor, Dr. Pepper, who spoke on the impact on the health and safety of the tower, and it was a grounds for reversing BC's approval. They argued the tower would reduce surrounding property values, that the construction of the tower would diminish nearby residential property values. BC ultimately relied on this concern when it found that property values could diminish, although no appraisal or receipt expert valuation evidence was presented. I don't know if I'm supposed to keep that there. Disregard that last sentence. I think that was from the case ruling. Okay, number 3. The residents did not receive adequate notice. They argued that the BC hearing was inadequate and denied residents due process. They thought that even though the city ordinance requires 300 feet, that given that the fact that this is a cell tower, the issues that may come with it, that it should have been at least a mile of notice from the site, because it has broader impact for the health and property values. They argued that the developer or the owner of the cell tower didn't really remediate the neighborhood blight. And then they argued that it would negatively impact the neighborhood. So this was the rebuttal testimony from the tower owner. Great Lakes Tower argued that the concerned residents lack standing. They argued that, and remember, I just want to, and some of this gets lost in realistic because this is a case study, but in real life, what's happening, that you have both the landowner and the department. And the department is usually defended by the city attorney. So as you all see, Mr. Arking or Mr. Cole. So usually who you're hearing these arguments from are either a city attorney, but if for the purposes of this case study, I've just put their rebuttal, but these arguments could have came from the city attorney or they could have came from Great Lakes. So anyway, they argued that the concerned residents lack standing. The appeal was filed by a single individual, Angela Davis, and not an association. That there was no evidence demonstrated that any appellant suffered a particularized injury different from the public at large. That the concerns about health effects, aesthetics, and property values were generalized complaints insufficient to establish standing. And that the appellant lacked substantial evidence, that there was no evidence, objective evidence to support the claim, and they failed to identify which specific ordinance requirements were unmet. So those were the landowner / department's arguments regarding it. The board got a couple of public comments, and there was a nearby resident who testified that after a temporary tower was installed, because it was a temporary tower, her wireless service and home security system experienced outages affecting access to the emergency responders. She stated that AT&T had visited her home 4 times to address these issues. She also expressed concerns about health effects and the impact on her property's value, noting that she lived approximately 50 feet away from the tower. Another property owner testified that the property remained blighted, describing snow accumulation, abandoned vehicles, barbed wire fencing, debris, The city argued this demonstrated the project would aggravate existing neighborhood deterioration. I don't know if that was supposed to say the city. And forgive me, a lot of this, that I'm taking it from the ruling, so it may not always, so when I say disregard a sentence, disregard that sentence. Okay, so in general, what you have here is you have a developer, and I just want to put this in context because this, in the real world, this is not how these cases go. I just wanted to give you all of the relevant information, but in real life, you wouldn't be taking into consideration of what a public commenter said prior to dealing with the standing analysis. So I did note that a couple of public comments that were received, but in real life, you're dealing with this standing analysis up front when the person first comes up. Sometimes we do take public comment early, but usually we do not. Usually we take it at the end of the hearing because our rules require one public comment per case hearing. So anyway, so we have a developer who has a cell tower. They received permission and a temporary permission to install a cell tower in the neighborhood. A community organization through Angela Davis, an advocate, appealed the decision. Angela Davis came with a medical doctor who was also a resident and presented the evidence that you see here, right here in this fax. So what I want to do is I want to go through the criteria, and then we'll tell you what the court ruled. So participation. Does anybody have a, did I put it in here? I didn't put it in here. Was it in here about participation? Yeah, I think I did put that in. Yeah, and forgive me, I might not have made it as clear as I could have, but that part that's in here about BC reviewed the comments and then made some changes and added some conditions. The appellate was in there. They did participate in the lower proceedings. So I'm sorry I didn't really spell it out. I left it too general. I think I was getting tired. I'm sorry. But the BC decisions that they made to impose conditions, it was because the neighborhood, including Miss Angela Davis, participated in the lower proceedings. So I'll just tell you that one is satisfied. So
Yeah,
let's
that's-
go to two.
It does state that here that Ms. Davis and Dr. Pepper appeared.
Oh, it does? Okay, good.
Yep.
See. So let's go to prong two. Does anybody have legal protected interest, pecuniary interest?
Sorry. I'm saying yes, she lives approximately 50 feet from the tower.
Okay. Now this is an interesting thing. So let's think about, and that's the reason why I did the second case first. I'm sorry, that's the reason why I did this case second, because the thing that I found very interesting about that last case, about the Court of Appeals, is that they made their decision based off of prong two. And we don't spend a lot of time on prong two. We spend a lot of time on prong three in here. But prong two is a legally protected interest where that's a pecuniary interest or something that's something is likely to occur to your interest. And they were focusing on the fact that their legally protected interest and their pecuniary interest in having the car wash right there was more than a generalized concern. But they put that all into prong two, which I thought was very interesting. They even stated that this was based off of their legal protected interest of the car wash that was 300 feet away. So I'm just want to take that just a little bit, and just so we're fleshing it out for the record, like the legal protected interest, let's spell out what's the legal protected interest of a homeowner who's right next to a cell tower or in the neighborhood of a cell tower. Let's spell out what that would look like.
Would the testimony of the other neighbors from the community count as well? Because
Well, yeah, I mean, no, not really, not for the protected interest. I just wanted to make sure that we're understanding the framework of how this is a person who owns a, well, you guys tell me, who is this person and what is her relationship to the cell tower
Right.
and where it's located?
I thought she was representing the, or the, the HOA.
Well, let's keep talking about that.
Yeah.
So what is it?
Right, it said, a neighborhood group identifying itself as concerned residents of 2 Mile, blah, 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 HOA, represented by a resident, Angela Davis, appealed the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Okay, so is there anything in the evidence that talks about Miss Davis's house herself?
Repeat that?
Is there anything in the fact pattern where Miss Davis is talking about her house? Her house. Look at other claims that Miss Davis and Dr. Kirkwood made. What are they talking about?
The residential property value.
She's just identifying
She said
herself as a
residential
concerned
property.
resident.
Okay, so you guys seeing all the stuff that she listed? So what is it that she's saying is her legally protected interest in the cell tower being built, being there?
She's a homeowner.
Okay, what is that she's saying about her house?
Nothing
Anything about her
specifically
house.
about
Nothing
her.
specific, yeah.
She didn't have an appraisal and she didn't have an expert valuation.
So is there any evidence in here that talks about something that she owns or somewhere that she lives in particular? Or is it about her neighborhood and what?
No, it said 50.
Seems to be just a general concern.
Generalized concerns.
I don't see specific.
Would she have to be specific if she was representing the organization? Because the couple of other people from the
Oh, the
neighborhood
nearby,
came.
okay, that was an.
Okay, so I'm glad we went there. So you can be a person, an entity, or organization.
Mhm.
So if you're representing yourself, you have to talk about your pecuniary interests or your legal interests. If you're representing an organization, you have to talk about theirs. Just like Mr. Seed,
She would
we
be.
weren't talking about Daniel Duggan, who's the owner. We were talking about Mr. Seed's car wash
Right.
and where Mr. Seed's car wash is located. So what are we talking about here? Are we talking about,
50 feet from the tower.
she's what?
She's 50 feet from the tower.
Okay, so
And the
flesh that out. Where is it saying that?
In the public comments from the neighborhood residents.
Well, the public comment, that's not, we're talking about the aggrieved person who filed the complaint, who filed the appeal.
Her concerns are the health and safety impact that these towers are going to have on fellow residents.
Say that again?
Her concern is the health and safety effect that this is going to have building this tower.
Okay, so I'm gonna take you through, when the case is before us, the one thing that I always want us to keep sight on is who is the actual person, thing that's aggrieved. So who filed the application to the BZA?
Ms.
The
Davis?
name on the actual, at the top, the name of the applicant is,
I thought it was the
Angela
HOA.
Davis,
hmm?
Angela Davis, right?
Yeah, it was
Well,
the
nope, at the top, it says applicant.
homeowners association.
2 Mile Road / Detroit Starlight Club Homeowners Association. That was the name that's on your agenda. That's the name. And so we get to our hearing, we see that 2 Mile Road, Detroit, it's like coming here and you're, Mr. C's. If you come here and you're Mr. C's and you're in the organization, what am I doing? I'm talking to them. I'm asking them, what is your association with,
Oh, yeah.
what is your association with this company? I'm the
Oh, yeah.
president, I'm the architect. Then I say, oh, okay, well, are you authorized by so I'm walking them through, because when you tell me that you're from an organization and it's not you in your individual capacity, then when I'm doing it, I start asking them questions about their relationship with the organization and how they're authorized to be here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now, back to your application that's for this community appeal. 2 Mile Road, Detroit Starlet Club Homeowners Association. They're represented by Angela Davis. So now you have Angela Davis right here, and she's saying all these things to you. What are we asking Ms. Davis? What are we talking to Ms. Davis about as far as things that she's saying?
Is she authorized to represent?
Well, it said she appeared with fellow neighborhood resident and medical doctor who spoke on the health and safety impact.
Okay.
And that was their grounds for the reversal.
Okay. Anybody else?
Does
Mhm.
anyone?
Yeah, the issue seems to be the real crux of the problem here is, as far as standing goes, is the appeal is filed by an organization. And the only thing that would seem to stand out to give the person special grievance, and now we're talking about a different person, Angela Davis, special grievance would be her proximity to the tower, which would affect, one, a greater effect on her health, and two, on her property values than other people in the community. But the applicant isn't her. The applicant is the 2 Mile Road Starlight Club Homeowners Association. And so it seems that they have not established standing because there isn't any special harm to them. The only thing they can come up with is special harm to an individual in the community. But as soon as you make it the organization, unless it was a specific office they had or something, then you just end up with generalized grievances which are excluded.
Okay.
Right. I would say the question would be, what is the legal protected interest that the organization has, right?
Where is this location? What is this organization? Is it organized? Is it really an organization? Is it registered?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Is it what you all call yourselves? Or, we've had some appeals, one that was a bit of a farce, where it was actually, and I don't even want to get into that one because we did. It was actually a community organization that filed it, and we spent two meetings trying to figure out who or what was aggrieved. But the name of the application was in the organization's name, and ultimately, the organization went to go find someone that they wanted to particularly represent, but that's neither here nor there. But I think it's very important that this point is if you're applying to the BZA or to anything, and you're making a claim under the law that you're aggrieved by the decision, it's very, very important. It's very important to establish that we understand who we're talking to. Because if you get taken all around and you're now an hour into a conversation and we don't even know whose damages we're discussing, whose legal interest, and we all hate the sound of the terms radiation. We all hate the sound of health problems. We all don't want to hear somebody say that, I couldn't get an ambulance to my house because the cell tower was keeping signals for some of the things. But we have to stay focused in what are we trying to address, because that's what you're charged to do. So right now we have an application from us in front of us. They're representing an organization. On the application, we have Angela Davis. So given just the facts that you have, the facts that's on the sheet of paper, what are we saying about prong two? We'll just take one more answer. About prong two, which is the legally protected interest of the applicant before the board.
There would be no protected interest in the organization. 2 Mile Road does not have a protected interest because they're not.
Okay, and we make our decisions based off of the evidence presented to you. So you would say what?
I would say they do. If it's the homeowners association representing the homeowners of that community, based on the comments from the residents, there's a protected interest, legal protected interest. They, their wireless service is affected, the home security system is affected, and the neighborhood remains blighted.
Okay. Anybody else?
Can I, can I expound on what I was saying?
Mhm.
Only because I've sat through a couple of these. What happens is the community, as a general rule, may not be in close proximity to the tower. They may not even be in the community. So what happens is the community group identifies one person that they could put forward and exchange, and then there's a change between the applicant and who is seeking standing. And that's pretty much what we had, I believe, in this instance, where they identified one person who was within 50 feet of the tower, and therefore the radiation or whatever they had going on would be more effective. So she stood in a unique position of standing based on the fact that she'd get radiated more than anybody else some distance away from. Does that make sense? And that's where we found ourselves. And looking at the way this is drawn up, if the applicant is 2 Mile Road, and we proceeded with Miss Angela Davis, who in fact did not have standing because she was not the original applicant.
I think Miss Davis was the applicant. She just didn't put it in her name. She put it in the association's name. She put it in concerned residents.
Mm-hmm.
She put it in 2 Mile Road. Concern, I think it's
Right.
supposed to say concerned residents, 2 Mile Road, the Detroit Starlight Club Homeowners Association. It did have a homeowner association name on the application for sure. So, but okay, so as it relates to that, um, I just want to, you know, I know we have to get to the next part so you guys can just see what happens, but I think the key I want to take out of this is the law allows it to be a person, an entity, a business, a corporation, a partnership. It can be whatever. So we always want to focus on what is it that's before us? Who is it that we are, because you can't chase a bunch of moving parts. Like I said, how this is a little unrealistic is that I put some public comment in here. 9 times out of 10, when you're taking this in at a standing level, we haven't gotten the public comment yet. I just put it in there because in the grand scheme, that's, man, it's a big secret. It went through standing, so I just wanted to put it in there. In real life, this case passed standing, but when something is before us, you can't answer the questions unless you maintain your target of what you're answering it to. And if you catch yourself when you're responding to the 3 prongs, thinking about what Angela Davis said, and then this is what Dr. Pepper said, and then this is what this is what the public commenter said, then you can tell right there that it's moving parts. Because what were we talking about when we were talking about Mr. Seeds in the car wash? Who were we talking about?
Mr. D.
We were talking Mr. D's. I'm sorry. We were talking about Mr. D's. We weren't talking about Mr. H car wash. We weren't talking about Mr. Z car wash. We were talking about Mr. D's car wash. And so whenever you catch yourself going through your analysis and you're talking about, well, the neighbors are saying it's not safe. Well, that's a good hint that we're in generalized concerns. That's a good hint that we're in this place of it's not particular. Um, but okay, in this particular case, we do have a particular person who's representing a homeowner association. Can a homeowner association be particular? Absolutely. But that's what we have here. Okay, so we don't beat that to the bare horse. We'll get to number 3, damages. What did they present as damages? Assuming that there's a legally protected interest, what did they present?
Health and safety risks, and lower, reduced property values.
Okay. Anything else?
The
Just talked
damages.
about the property values.
Yep, property.
They talked about project not failure to remediate neighborhood blight. Also about residents that did not receive adequate notice.
Okay, so our prong 3 is damages. They can't be mere generalizations. They have to be more significant in degree. They have to be damages that are likely to occur. We just learned that from the last case. So what do we say is our strongest damage here? They've alleged health concerns,
Reduced
and
property
there has to
service.
be,
Communication problems.
okay. So when we're going through our case, we have all the evidence that's submitted to us of what they're saying. What are we doing to support it? What did Mr. Seeds do?
Well, as far as the residents not receiving adequate notice, they do admit that the city did what they're legally bound to do with the 300 feet. They just think that it should have been extended to a mile. I think we can disregard that one because the city did what's required.
Okay,
I don't think that that's a special damage. And also the project failed to remediate neighborhood blight. I don't know what would obligate them to improve or to fix the neighborhood blight. At least not at this point in the juncture, unless there's, some type of voluntary community benefits or something like that. So I think number 3 and number 4, we could get rid of. Negatively affecting the surrounding neighborhood and reducing property taxes are possible.
so specifically to the claims, which I would consider the most significant claims made being related to service disruptions, health issues being too close to a tower, and I don't know about something being an eyesore, but property values. Property values potentially declining, or I think that was one of the claims that they made or something.
Right.
So what do we have as it relates to supporting documentation? The statements that were placed on the record.
The only thing that I really see that is substantially supported would be the health and safety, because they did go out and get a doctor's opinion. Granted, that doctor is also a resident, so I'm not sure how impartial that is, but I assume he wouldn't want to lose his doctor's license. So, I mean, that would be the only impact that I see that's really supported, because even in their own comment, it says property values could be diminished, quote unquote. But really, number 1 is the only thing that I see that might meet the standard. That's my opinion.
Let's not forget our last case, it was the court found that presenting particular damages that are likely to occur was sufficient.
Right.
Likely to occur, but they still have to be particular and not generalized, right? So does anybody have a summary about what we're gonna say about standing before we move on to the court?
Well, actually, we don't know, so let's just move on.
We're gonna move on?
Or let's do this. Let's see, yes to 1, no to 2, yes to 3.
Okay, anybody else have one? He said yes, no, yes.
I'm just
I said yes.
which means the
yes.
person in your view does not have standing, but does anybody else have a,
Yes, yes, yes.
got a yes, yes, yes?
No, yes, yes.
We got a no, yes, yes. Well, wait, the first one we know is yes.
Oh, yes, participation, I'm sorry.
A yes, no?
Yes, 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 yes.
Okay. Anybody else? Anybody else? Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Well, see, here's the thing. And because we're at 1 o'clock, I'm not gonna do it. But what's important is that all these things that we just talked about, whoever's making this motion about standing is pulling in every single thing we just talked about. And they're saying, yes, yes, yes. I think yes to one because, and you're gonna state stuff that we just discussed about participating. I think that 2 Mile Residents Home Association, whatever it's called, has legally protected interest because, and you're gonna state what they told us on the record and then the damages. And you're gonna state your reasons why. And the most important thing I can't reiterate enough is if if you apply the facts to the law, it's it's the strongest sense of us not being overturned on appeal because you're providing your roadmap to the court as to how we got to this decision. And what judges look at is they look at sometimes how you got there and to see if you made a bad decision of how you got there. It's not necessarily, the judge doesn't know the answer to the question, but they do look at how you got there, and all they're reading is words on the paper, just like us. They're just reading the transcript of what was said during the course of the hearing. Okay? All right, so we're gonna get to the court's ruling. So this one is a very, 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 very recent case. I just got the transcript on Friday, which is another reason why you didn't have it in your packet, because I just got it on Friday. So, Director Brown, this one was Atlas Towers versus City of Detroit. And this went before Judge Kathleen McCarthy. And she reversed the BC's decision. So the BC basically held that the person had standing. And was it the first slide, Director Brown? Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. They basically, no, you skip one. Go back. Yeah. So this is the BZA reversed BC's decision and ordered that the tower be removed. This BZA, this is an actual City of Detroit case that, you know. The BZA found that the residents demonstrated a particularized harm and would be adversely affected, that the antenna would not be welcome addition to the community, that BC erred in finding that the conditional use criteria were satisfied, and that the surrounding values could decline. And they did three, the first three criteria, you know, the approval that you all go through the criteria, BZA found that the first three were not satisfied, that it was going to be detrimental to the surrounding neighborhood, it was going to interfere with the neighboring property owners' use and enjoyment, and that it was going to reduce the surrounding property values. So that was the BZA decision. So the circuit court overturned the BZA. And then the next slide is what we're going to get into. So this was Judge McCarthy, and she stated that the appellants lacked standing. So even though we're getting into all this stuff about the criteria, about the, you know, the conditions and all the stuff about the neighborhood, and she said that standing wasn't met. She said that applying the Michigan support decision of Sagatuck Dunes, the court concluded that the opponents failed to demonstrate a particularized interest different in kind from the public generally. They found that the appellant, and this is the concerned residents, they gave generalized concerns about health, aesthetics, neighborhood character, and speculative property value impacts. And the testimony offered no documentary support, expert evidence, or proof of individual damages. Next one. Did I do the same twice? They said that, number two, that the BZA's decision was not supported, that the BZA's decision was not supported by competent material and substantive evidence, that the board relied primarily on generalized public opposition, speculative concerns regarding property values, unsupported allegations of wireless interference, and health concerns preempted by the Federal Telecommunications Act. And that the board cited no expert testimony, no technical studies, or appraisal evidence to support its conclusions. So, is this another one? Oh, keep going. One more. Number three was that the BZA exceeded its statutory authority because Atlas Towers had satisfied the zoning requirements and received approvals from the appropriate city agencies. They concluded that we lacked a lawful basis to overturn BC's approval. And under the Michigan law, once statutory and ordinance requirements are met, approval must be granted. So they reversed BZA's decision. They vacated BZA's decision. And that's very interesting because we like remands. Remember the last case was remanded back to the circuit court. We have a lot of cases remanded back to us to redo it, to have a clearer record. We've done that a few times since I've been here. They vacated the decision and BC's conditional land use was reinstated. So that's what happened. And so, since I've been here, this is the first case that I've dealt with. I mean, there've been a couple cases. We have a lot of cases in court right now, but this is the first one that I've dealt with that it turned on standing and us applying this standard, this three-pronged test in the court, applying it. Now, granted, this isn't the Michigan Court of Appeals or anything like that, but let's just say the city did not appeal the decision. We did not appeal it because it was decided to just let that go. But in this particular instance, and I didn't give you all a copy of the order, but some of the comments that were made in the ruling were regarding the court not even being sure that this was a real organized entity, that they didn't put in any evidence that this was a real association. Like, is it a registered homeowner association? Is it a, the one of the things that was being contested is there's no evidence of being authorized. If a homeowner association is sending you to the BZA to represent it, there should be some type of testimony on the record that I am the spokesperson, I am the president of the association. Just like when we have people here to come to our meetings and say, I'm the executive director, I'm the architect, we get a lot of architects here, I'm the consultant. Whatever they tell us our association with it, we make sure that they're still authorized. So you're the homeowner association. Are you really representing them, or are you generally asserting their grievances from your meetings here? And if you all just kind of call yourself concerned residents, but you've never formally created an organization, then we would have to proceed with you in your individual capacity. Or we have to throw out your appeal because that's not a real entity. So we have to be very careful to understand who's legally protected interests, because the problem is we all want to hear about the neighborhood associations and the neighborhood concerns, but you don't want to deal with moving targets. And that's what can happen is your target can move when it's too generalized, because we're up here talking about this homeowner association. And then next is Ms. Davis, then next is Dr. Pepper, and then next is the lady who lives 50 feet away. And we can't keep chasing the target. We have to have the person in front of us and keep our eye on the prize of Who's aggrieved and whose damages are we looking at? And as much as we appreciate the comments from the public commenters saying, I live 50 feet away, I had disruptive service. The reason why I put that in there, I thought that that was very important. Because in a lot of ways, I think that that swayed the board when they did get to public comment, hearing these types of comments. But those aren't the people who filed the appeal. And some of the toughest decisions that this board has to make, some of the biggest burdens that you carry, and I've seen it firsthand, is trying to reconcile what you feel is best for the community versus what the law says you're supposed to do. And I can tell you it's not easy because I sit here very often, like, but you have to find it. And the way that I suggest you find it is that you just keep your eye on the prize and you don't let people keep moving you from here to there. So if you can just keep your eye on the prize, who am I talking to? Am I talking to the homeowner association? Okay, you guys hear me when I'm talking to the appellant, when I'm doing standing for the regular cases, you hear me saying the same thing all the time. Do they know that you're here? Do I have their letter? You hear me say like, did I get that letter? Director Ribon? Did I get that letter from the person? Because I always want to make sure that all the bases are covered because our luck, in a few months, somebody's going to come and say, you didn't represent us. There might be a real homeowner association out there that is registered and nobody even authorized you to come put their name on the application. We don't know that, So you have to take all of that in consideration when you are a quasi-judicial body. It's kind of not fun to do, but we also don't like getting overturned. So, and our decision was vacated. So we just want to make sure that to one good thing I will say is this case happened a while ago. We have gotten tremendously better at our records, wouldn't you say? We have gotten tremendously better at our records and our motions and our fact finding and our orders since this atlas. And this atlas was just in what, early 25, late 24? January last year. So January 25? Yeah, it was a while ago because was I doing it? I don't even know if I was still, I think I wasn't even general counsel by myself yet. Was Jonathan still here? I think Jonathan was still here. So this was a while ago. We've done a lot of improvement as it relates to how a lot of training as it relates to how we go through these cases. So, well, what that's worth. That case was not even 2 years old when the BZA did this. That case was just ruled in 22, summer 22. We started having cases 23, 24 when it was still a brand new case, and we've been trying to sort it out ever since. So every single time there's a new ruling, we get excited and we're trying to see what we can do with it, but there's not a lot of judicial interpretation of it either. So give yourselves grace. I know I give myself grace because it's just not a long history of things to rely on. So hopefully this was all helpful. Hopefully, like I said, this was very, very narrow. This is very narrow just as it relates to standing, but that's where most of the questions are coming from. And I think what's most important is not the decision itself. It really isn't. And I don't want you to feel like anything if you said something different from what the court said. The most important thing is how you're getting to the decision and how you're supporting the record when you make a decision so that when somebody's looking at your decision, they understand how you got there and why. Okay? And if we're wrong, we're wrong. But, in this particular case, the judge said that we didn't even put it on the record, and we didn't. But we're not doing that anymore. Not doing that anymore. So, okay. So is there any other questions about aggrieved person standing? I'm going to say Director Bowman. Remember Bowman?
Yeah, in looking at the court's response, it sounded like the case would be dismissed anyway based upon the standing issue. But then they brought up other things about health considerations being preempted by a federal law. And in the absence of that, would it have been any different? In other words, that sounded like something that came after the whole standing thing was determined.
If I recall correctly, I think the point that the court was trying to make about the health and the federal law on that, because I remember the attorney bringing up points, trying to suggest that the board couldn't even make this decision because they were preempted by federal law. And that wasn't entirely true either. I think the point that is being made about the federal law is that when towers are being regulated and selected where they're going to go and things like that, health considerations and the like related to towers, it's federally regulated. And so you all can only take, well, the point that I think is being made is you don't personally police whether or not a cell tower should go someplace because of the health effects of it, because that's federally regulated as it relates to how they emit and what they can do and how much they can do and things like that. And so that's what I think the judge was hinting on, some of the things being federally regulated. But that we fall short of saying that you can't make a decision about the tower, because you can. You can make a decision about the tower. You can impose a decision and conditions about the tower. You're not preempted by federal law to say that a tower should or should not be in a certain location. You are preempted by certain federally regulated things about towers and where they can go and how strong they can emit and all that stuff. You know, we don't do that here.
Any other questions on standing? Member Watson?
So going forward in community appeals or community organizations, who will do the determination? Will you ferret out the standing by questioning them about documentation, or is that something the chair does?
You know, it's been we've always taken the approach that the board does make the determination, but we take that approach because of the nature of it and because of the court's ruling and because the standard is that it's a determination made by the board. This is not a standard that's codified to where it's a city attorney making a determination under a city law about whether or not you have standing to proceed. This is a Supreme Court case that we're making pretty much a judgment call as to whether this person has standing based of how a Supreme Court some years ago went through an analysis. And so we've traditionally, we have just put it back on the board with very strong guidance. There's been a couple times that I've taken over the questioning and I've just started asking some questions to try to, there's nothing that says that I can't, but for right now, unless we can get this codified, which is something that we've talked about a little bit in the law department, we like the approach that we're doing, that it's ultimately a board decision because it is a community-based decision. But the law department can definitely aid in some of the questioning and guiding the discussion. We could.
Right, any other questions for Attorney Savage on standing or community appeals? All right, so do we need to go to record requirements right now?
It's 1 o'clock. We will forego the rest and take that up in the fall. We will now go to community comment, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're gonna open up public comment. If you are in the auditorium and you'd like to make public comment, this is general public comment time. Please come down to the podium. Seeing nobody, we'll switch over to virtual. If you're a virtual participant and you would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand. This is general public comment. So if you are out there on Zoom and you would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand. Do you see anybody, Director?
Yes, we have 3 hands. The first caller is Tyson Gersh.
Mr. Gersh, if you could please unmute yourself. Looks like you are.
Yes,
And
can you hear me?
do we need to swear him in? No, general public comment, you don't have to get sworn in. So it'd be nice if we got your, at least your name, and you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Sure. Tyson Gersh, 252 Smith Street, Detroit, Michigan, 48202. Where to start? One, we just spent in this training all of this time talking about standing based on the record, and this board just voted in favor to adopt rules that gives the chairperson sole discretion to uh, accept or deny evidence into the record, which is just like insane. Like the record is the record, and you just voted on rules that affect the substantive rights of the parties. If the chairperson can just arbitrarily decide not to accept somebody's evidence of damages on record, then they can't appeal effectively. And that's why the law department introduced these rules for you guys to vote in to make it impossible for important projects that have the mayoral blessing, to make it impossible for anybody to appeal them. I don't understand why we spent 6 months with people giving you all sorts of feedback on rules for you to adopt them with no changes. I mean, like, there's so many issues with them, not to mention that you don't even have the authority to promulgate rules that make substantive changes affecting the parties. That can only happen through council. But it's like, why do you guys don't listen? Like, we're sitting here spelling it out for you in plain English, and you've just adopted like the rules of tyranny that just allow this board to deny people the ability to exercise their rights. I mean, like, legally you can't do it, but you've just created an insane amount of work for the public who's trying to advocate for people trying to exercise their rights. Like, literally just I mean, I sent it to you like 100 times. Like, the chairperson has discretion as to whether to accept materials into evidence for the record. Like, what? Like, listen to that. Who wrote these rules? Clearly somebody that is trying to prevent people from appealing, and you've just, accepted that. And it doesn't even make sense because only the BZA board can initiate these rule changes. It's not supposed to come from the director. It's not supposed to come from the law department. Only the board has that authority. And you just got played by the law department. It's not to protect you. It's to protect the developers from citizens trying to exercise their rights.
Time.
Thank you, Mr. Gersh. Anybody else, Director O'Brien?
Joanne Warwick.
Joanne Warwick, if you could please unmute yourself, state your name, and then you'll have 2 minutes. Miss Warwick, are you still with us? We see your hand. There you are.
Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please state your
Okay.
name. You'll have 2 minutes, ma'am.
This is Detroit resident, Joanne Warwick. I don't have to tell you that, but I second the emotions of, Tyson Gersh. We gave you plenty of reasons outlining why these rules are problematic. While I was multitasking, I basically was hearing from Miss Savage that the board hasn't been doing things properly. Well, that's obvious to any astute observer. And I've never said you have an easy job. That's an awful lot of material to digest. But like your whole process isn't fair because we don't get to see the board materials that you get at least a week in advance. And then even in one hearing I was involved in, Mr. Ribburn says, well, you get to see them the day of, and then they weren't even available the day of. So how do you expect any resident to digest that in any meaningful fashion and give meaningful public comment? You do not have a right to just solely be the person to determine who you get to throw out of a meeting. That's already addressed by the Open Meetings Act. This thing about the chair gets to decide what evidence to submit is like, just sounds like so completely unconstitutional. And you clearly are trying to obstruct people's appeals by voting to say that the people who appeal have to pay for transcripts you're already required to have per Detroit City Code 50-2-66. So I am seriously contemplating an ethics violation complaint against all of you because It appears you didn't evaluate this information. You just listened to the law department. And apart from perhaps Scotty Bowman, I don't see any independent thinking. Now, there are some new people here, but like very disappointing how you disregard people. You didn't even discuss concerns raised by residents. So who do you really serve? And like, I'm just very disappointed. And if you don't like, people's right to petition government for redress of grievances, which is applicable to you,
Thank you, Ms. Warwick. Anybody else, Director Rebron?
The last hand is Charlotte.
Charlotte.
Hello, Charlotte McRae, Detroit resident. Want to second the comments of Mr. Gersh and Ms. Warwick. I've commented ad nauseum on this, so I've got detailed stuff if you want a lot more information than fits in 2 minutes. But, just wanted to highlight the point again that you have taken the rules into direct conflict with the city ordinances, which are the things that control, and with the Michigan compiled laws as they relate to the record. So it is what it is. You have different ordinances now. It's an odd choice. It does seem results oriented. Ms. Savage used the phrase apply the facts to the law many times, which is not, as a lawyer, a phrase I usually hear in law, because you're supposed to apply the law to the facts. You're supposed to see how the facts with the law make you rule on a case. You're not supposed to take a particular outcome that you want to reach and find a way to shoehorn the facts to meet the requirements of the law. You're supposed to enforce the law. And I hope that you do that going forward. And these rules are interesting, but do not affect the ordinances directly. There may be efforts to change the ordinances, and we'll see if that happens. But they are now in conflict with the ordinances with regards to the record, and in conflict with a bunch of other laws that the written public comments people have submitted address. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McRae.
Okay.
We appreciate your
One other hand, community.
Community, if you could please unmute yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes for public comment. Community. Are you still with us? Community going once. Community going twice. Community going 3 times. All right, we will close out public comment.
One more hand came up, 534.
Can you hear me?
534. 534. Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. You have 2 minutes for public comment.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Vanessa Peak. I want to indicate to everyone that I share the sentiments of everyone who has spoken, and it has not been easy to come before the BZA. When the attorney spoke of the one successful community appeal that occurred in regards to a parking structure, it should be known that that was a community appeal in Rosedale Park, a very affluent area of Detroit, not in District 3, where it's poverty stricken. Yes, it was successful, but I want to give clarification that she spoke of an individual that stood there with the applicant, and that individual who stood there was actually an attorney that lived in the community. It appears from what I've heard today, everything is about taking away our rights as residents of Detroit to come before the BZA successfully. And it seems like everything is really targeted to ensure that if there's a community appeal and that it is taken to a higher level, that we're denied. It appears from what I've heard, the objective is to suppress the record. And I've experienced that when I come before the BZA. I've actually had a situation where I prepared a packet timely, submitted it, and have watched the director literally take the information that should be presented to you board members, take it away. I don't understand it does not seem today that everything that I've heard is about a focus on the community, a focus on our quality of life, focus on fairness between all 7 districts. I don't see that. And I am concerned, and I would ask that you reconsider this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Peak. Okay, at this point, we'll close out public comment. Any new business, Director?
No new business.
Our next hearing date will be due July 20th, 2026. Any advisements, Director?
No advisement.
Any old business?
No old business.
Need a motion to adjourn, please. Motion to adjourn, second. Motion to adjourn, properly seconded. All those in favor, aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.